the stream is still lagging, so, and we are now. I need to stop this video. Watching the two. What do I need? There's nothing I really need. Take a giant spell. I need to Google. Oh, yeah, I guess technically, but that I'm not sure if we want to go. Why not? Let's just give Annie the. Yeah. Yo, is that weird? That once the items are set on the Thieves Club, well, I mean, you only get so many magnetic removers, so I guess it's. Okay. Oh, we got beat. Damn. Oof. Our economy is not there. It's because we leveled up to level 8. I do want. I'll throw away Annie. Put in Wukong. Even though the Herald is there, I want to make Wukong a little stronger. Should have stayed at 50 plus gold. Because we threw away the plus 5 interest. Just like totally messing up. Just waiting on some garlic rice that I made. But, oof, it's a 2.5 item ceiling. Alright, the guys beat the 5 cost characters. Senna, Zir, Zillion. It's definitely weird. Wait, what did we get? Oh yeah, I forgot. That was just that's why it was the pivot thing. Interesting. Probably. I'm not gonna take this off one time. Okay, do that. Well, probably don't have to do that. Velvet's just 11 cost characters, so figured. Oh my goodness, wait. We messed up. I have to throw this away. The reason being is Carbon Bowser just give her this ability? Might as well. But I was thinking, in order to unlock Longshan, it has to 3 items. I was messing up because I was sitting there thinking like I'm missing a void unit. Yeah, it was the freaking Kai'Sa.
I wield the abyss. Fear the
Feed the void.
Oh. Don't have a way to take. She can use Booba. Build 7 units. Of course, we can't get to level 10. We have 21 health. Team comp isn't strong. Definitely the wrong augments. Guys, 2, 3-star. Is that 3-star Gwen? Yeah, pretty sure the 3-star just run us over. Yeah, Vega 3-star Gwen 3-star. It's GG. Yeah, I gotta stop going void. This is the second time this week I try to go void and it didn't make any sense because you just don't have the augments. Even then. Alright, stream is okay now, I think. Auto check seems fine. This is a what not to do.
Witness the strength of Noxus.
No. This not from. I thought you only get. You spend 20 gold on shop rerolls. Oh, you have to reroll. Ooh. I see, I see. Yeah. I don't think we win. Yeah, they got Zillion doing this thing. Probably 11 cost. Sandra doing her damage. Oof, GG. Yeah. You can really only go void if you have the right augments. I gotta stop going void. this could really lean into, not really lean into, but this is a good setup for possibly going to Demacia.
Who needs a beat down?
I much prefer this to desk duty.
In my sights.
Wrapped up.
Interesting.
Steady.
Okay. About third down. Okay, okay, okay.
Do not tempt the blizzard.
Oh, yeah, defender. Oh. I need to get Poppy out here. Oh, they're also going to Demacia. But I think they're thinking about Disruptor, Demacia, Piltover, something like that. Azan. Looks like Demacia, yeah. Oh, at least we took out one unit. But I think the damage might be set. I took 4 damage. A level 4.
Today's the day I find that hero.
Oh. only Demacia for. I think we're okay. So we have 4 2-stars level 5, which is okay-ish. And at stage 3-2, everyone's going to be level 6. We can't spend any gold. We have to sit back and patiently wait. And the position could be better. Of the units. Nothing going on this round. Relatively boring. Yeah, TUT hexboard annotation. Similar to a chess notation, but here size 1, 2, 3, 4. It should be A B C D E F, you know, G A B C D E F G. It should be. That's what it should be. But I don't know. Other websites have the board state looks completely different. I need to just reforce these. See what I get. Ooh. Okay. That'll do. Steadfast. And then that stage, G2 will go to level 6. Just kind of play standard. Okay. All seems pretty normal. Maybe a small grab bag. Every shot, no. Yeah, small grab bag. There's only one option. In this instance, you can't go double blue buff, right? Doesn't make any sense. You know what? Wait, hold on. We got a rule. Something's wrong. There we go.
Sona, if I fall today, let your song carry me.
Is it better to be Demacia 5? No. No. We can't do that. We'll go Demacia 5 later. But I was like, oh, wait. Okay. Forgot we were level 6. And again, yeah. We could wait until it's 3 more turns. 28, 19, 6 to 30. What's that? 40 in 2 turns? Or just go to level 7? Oh, they got us. Probably because the crit, right? 60% chance to crit. Somewhat close. 2-star Tristana has beat. Is what it is. just kind of lost. I was like, I was thinking, might as well let's change that. Having Demacia 5 is probably better.
King's spear obeys.
My opponent probably took their initial win streak. Of course, rolled less, spent all their gold, and hit level 7. They definitely have this beat. It's Warwick. 2 items on a 4 cost champion. Makes sense. It'd be like if I had Garen with 2 items. Or Lux with 2 items. So, yeah, he's doing what he's supposed to do.
My prince, heed your training. The lance may falter, but you must not.
Yeah, there's no need to go to level 7. What I need to do is I need to always get Bard, and at least Bard gives you some more flexibility because you just bank some reroll when you're level 7 or level 8.
I will protect you.
Might as well. Oh, J4 tank 10,000. That's...
These must I kill.
I only stun 3 units. It probably helps a little bit.
Brace yourself.
Watch out for us.
If you're wondering what I'm thinking, I'm going to triple blue buff Lux or triple blue buff Senna.
Find me greater foes.
feels pretty good. It costs 2-star Vayne. 2-star Jin Zhao. He's Jin Zhao, right? Oh, 1100. Oh, I'm dropping rice.
Righteous retribution.
Oh, the Crown Guard is Jarvan. Jarvan cast. What? When Jarvan casts, Shyvana gains 100% of the shield. When Shyvana casts, Jarvan jumps and deals percentage damage of his armor and mattresses as magic damage in a 2-hex radius. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. Has 4 different levels. Oh, he doesn't have any resistances.
A symphony of justice. Sona, I'm your biggest fan. I even know what an ekbal is.
Wrong move. Choose the bright side.
Spatula, I guess. Oh, for some odd weird reason, we're in first place. What the heck? This is a warden with a spatula. So he really needs. Yeah, I guess he really needs the wrong stuff. Oh wait, hold on. We need him alive, don't we?
Brace yourself.
Watch out for us.
I was like, in order for Dragon Guards to work, both Shyvana and Shapewear have to stay alive. So I was like, oh, wait, yeah. He's gonna cast a spell, and she gains a shield. She got stunned. And when we cast a spell, she didn't gain a shield because the spell, I guess, didn't land. Oh, they got us beat. Dang. Right, yeah. Maybe if Vayne had Rage Blade. We're kind of stuck because we don't have a Midnight Remover.
Righteous retribution.
Okay, now he's a 3-star.
Brace yourself.
Watch out for us.
Hmm. Oh yeah, they got us. It also does feel like, hold on, sorry. Yordle's beats the monster every single time for the past 2.5 months. Feels like it looks like.
Your kind shouldn't be allowed to roam Runeterra, Shyvana.
I smell fear.
Oh, we need Garen. Yeah, we're just not level 8.
Quiet, please.
Oh, this Rage Blade will help a lot.
Bring it.
Rose just had the wrong items. Oh, Garen.
Demacia marches as one.
Dang right, Demacia.
She could use Stairs Cage. Oh my goodness. For Dragon Guard, you need MR, magic. You need like armor and MR, and we don't have any of that. We got health and health. Just doesn't.
For the cause!
Oh yeah, they got us beat. We don't have any kind of anti-armor. If I had maybe, it has a big 6,000 health. They did 12,000. Oh, we definitely
Righteous
tanked a lot.
retribution.
2 more combats and a Kara's fun. I gotta do something different.
I'm about to hammer you in the jewels.
Demacia!
Oh dang, the Thresh hooked my Galio out of his ability. Damn. Thresh is a 5 cost. He has 3 items. Well played, well played. Oh,
First
Son of
rule
Mission
of being a
House.
sentinel?
Cleansing blood with silver.
For Demacia.
Oh, with level 8. We're also not
Witness the
stabilized.
strength of Noxus.
For Demacia.
Witness the strength of Noxus.
There we go. Something. they got us beat. Yeah. Oh wait, what the heck? Excuse me. That's weird. I guess this random ship on it helps, but don't have magnetic remover. We have 2 more combats. Maybe a chance to be top 4, maybe. No, just I think it depends on. There's only 5 players alive and who we match up with.
Take courage in the light.
Santa Lucian did the most damage. I guess we roll. We could walk away from Senna, but Senna did help a lot. I just feel like we don't have the right items. I mean, either or. You know, I just having 6 tiers probably doesn't really help. Yeah. This is a 3-star team. We're gonna do a lot of damage to my team. We're gonna take a lot of damage right here, so it doesn't. Never good. Yeah, no, we're probably 5th place, -10 LP.
Righteous retribution.
Just you don't even really have the items you need. Even then, we don't have a cloak. Just wrong. What's the team caught lost? I don't know. But it's probably just 5th place. Yeah. I guess it depends on how much Dragon takes in damage, like how many kills we can get, and then how much damage this person takes. But we're not really doing any kind of damage, so it's also not good. Alright, we killed a few units, but still think we lose. Now it's just can we get any other kills to. But it's GG. Yeah, 5th place. Oh. Oh, they were going Yorls. Never mind now. Yeah, it's always 5th place about -10 LP. Back. But yeah, I was like, I don't think I saw any cloaks. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe there's an opportunity to make like 1 void staff because we had 1 rage blade. You know what I mean? There's only like 1 kraken or 1 rage blade because the 1 recurve bow. I just don't think the items are there. I think she goes back to tier 2 just being inconsistent resources. Of course, there was a better way to. Let's switch. Yeah, the blue buffs are more. The blue buff and red buff are like support items. You have like defensive items and offensive items. And if there were support items in TFT, I think the blue buff is just like a support item. Because you do need more so like Kraken or IE to like hit harder versus the Rage Blade you just get to hit more often with the lower base damage. There are times where Vayne Rageblade used to be able to, I think, carry, but I'm guessing they must have did like a small nerf to Rageblade Vayne or something like that. But I think overall she needs like Giant Slayer as a second item, or IE, or Kraken, just to be able to have the extra punching power. There's 4 top. What is his replay? 2026 LCK comes. Wait, is that going on right now? What the heck? Oh, maybe. Oh, okay. LCK Cup is going on right now. That's the game is. It's not loading.
Tomorrow's the last of my days.
Wait, is. Oh, I thought this was a replay. Nat is actually live.
Who you calling little?
Oh.
The bigger they are, the harder I hit them.
A symphony of justice.
The bigger they are, the harder I hit them.
A symphony of justice.
Oh yeah, so my bad. Oof, that is cool.
Find me greater foes.
Patient study. Patient study. Has to be patient study, right?
Revved up.
We'll get popping. My thought process, nothing else to do. Just oh wait, I forgot.
Revved up.
I gotta get Bard. Second Bard. We can grab the second Bard. Okay, okay, okay. Did that? Is she pressing a button on her phone with her nose? Oh, we need to have Bard up there. That's just. Curve a rod. Go for the curve. Or cloak, but probably curve or rod. Yeah.
Righteous retribution.
I don't think there's anything we have to do. Yeah, just Bard. Have the caretaker trade out there. It's my fault, so we lost that on maybe one or two rerolls, right?
Jarvans must I kill?
At the beginning of the game, health's kind of okay. It looks like someone took a an augment for more health. But we're gonna try to bank up on some rerolls. Well, if we lose rerolls on loss.
Protect the faithful.
Oh, we're gonna bank rerolls on loss. positive, but for some odd reason, I have 2 wins in a row. It must be level. I can't see level. Level 5, level 5, level 5, level 5, level 5, level 5. Could go to 30, plus 3 interest. Put the rice away. What I should do. Son, Kotor, Utah, Long, Ionia, Piltover, Eora.
Time for a Vandal City beatdown.
Another Yordle.
I remember your father. He thought he could censor me.
Guess we could just, well, we could just level up. Sell these unions. I got 32. This could be a Kraken for now. Let's let these glow. I might as well thieves glow it up. Uh oh. What did we just put out there? Another bot. Oh, I could just put Bird out there.
Hands off my meal!
Should have been Juggernaut. Hey, small raid. Nice. Invested plus? Giant and mighty? Everyone gains 10% extra health. Oh, luck ship.
The waves will drag you down unless you fight to shore.
Sorry, Your Majesty. Fortissimo.
Hmm? Hmm. Missing shape 4. Vayne, my bad, thought process. Vayne would be nice. If you can't get Vayne, then Cloak. Alright, double gargoyle. Is this stack? What? Oh, we should put the Thieves Glove on to. Oh my goodness, on J4. Yeah. Just now seeing it. I was hoping to bank up on some rerolls, but with Bard, but never mind. Oh, I think we get some rerolls now. I stage 3-5, I only get one reroll? Really? That's it?
Brace yourself!
Watch out for us.
I think we level up to 10, I think. Right? Yeah. This would have been, oh my bad, we could have leveled up to level 8, I think. We only get one reroll? Do you get more rerolls if Bard's a higher level? What the heck? Reroll on loss, only +1? Is it?
Lady Sona, if I fall today, let your song carry me home.
Well, 7 people have 50+ phones, so they're okay.
The waves will drag you down unless you fight to shore.
I have to go Giant Slayer. I'm gonna take this off and just give me a classic flip off.
Next to die.
Choose evil, get shot.
There might be a chance for like an Invoker 4?
Judgment's coming.
Ascension. Explosive Growth. Team 3, non-tank 5-cost champions. If you feel the 5-cost champion and your 1 to 4-cost champions gain durability. Killed it still? What the heck? That's wild. go. I'd have Senna out there. Norm, guess this is okay-ish. Thieves goes on to, well, now we're just being, go just leave it, we'll just leave it as is. Garen helps now. Also roll 3 times. Oh yeah, they got us. Nice. Oh, 2-star Nidalee. Oh, that's all. Whoa. Yeah, 3-star Nico, 3-star Kiana. Oh, but I think this is standard. I think you have to have. No, you have to have 2 stars to get or something like that. This is strong.
My prince, heed
Big
your
star
training.
fucking board.
The lance may falter, but you must not.
Or not at Demacia 7.
First rule
That's
of being
random.
a sentinel?
Cleansing blood with silver.
Your kind shouldn't be allowed to roam Runeterra, Shyvana.
I smell fear.
Oh, now it works?
For my father, the king.
Somehow I
Fear, obey.
got a level 2 Garen, or my 2-star Garen, before I loaded in, but I did this yesterday or last night, and I was trying to level up my units as quick as I could, and I guess I was off by a second.
Justice!
Maybe I just got that last split second where I got in to level them up. Oh, for Zillion, his precision at the end. Throw a time bomb near his enemy without one. Time bombs will 75 magic each second when the target dies. When the target dies, they explode, dealing magic damage to the hex 1 radius. If a time bomb is on an enemy for 18 seconds, and Zillion is alive, enemy instantly dies. So it's probably just the first person he time bombs.
When the mist came to my island, Demasia's gates were closed. Will they be open when you need help?
I will fight as long as I stand.
We're just missing Lux.
Witness the strength.
Thane, you can aim
Dude, that's
for my
crazy. It
army
doesn't make any
if
sense
you
why I would find a Senna like that. Isn't that weird? It's Demacia 7. But Cillian did do 4,000 damage last time? Oh, it's because Jinzhou and Poppy aren't.
For the
For the
cause!
dreams, Demacia.
Demacia must lead by example.
That helps. That's because Poppy and Jinzhou aren't 2-star. I think Lux now at 2-star should just trigger it. So. Oh. So this is it. Demacia 7 at 12. Oh, my bad. We're at okay position. We have 38 health. Kind of have what we need.
Your name is your oath, Crown Guard, and both are in question.
Demacia!
Oof, they got us beat. Yeah, we lose this one.
Bring it. I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Oh wait, I don't need. Oh, thank you, Peltex.
Justice.
Oh, nice. We got a rage one. I think it's also just flash into. What? How is the bench?
The waves will drag you down unless you fight to shore.
No.
Make haste.
Oh, I forgot. I'm sitting there. I keep forgetting. These 2 years can't be out there. I forgot about a Sona like this. Or.
Justice!
Okay. Galio lands, does some damage. Once Galio died, that was GG. Classic Village Water. Oh, wait. We just beat him. Oh, dang.
I wield the abyss.
7 players still alive. Oh, this doesn't make any sense. I think we also have XP banked up, I think, right?
For the cause!
16 XP banked up. Plus 2. 2 more turns. 30 at 40 at 20. Yeah, I think we're at an okay spot. Hit level 9. Replace Chief, or replace Shavon.
Purifying evil. Kill him twice, just to be sure. I had to put this pull away. Not much else. We're at level 9. We're in an okay position. We have 14 cost unit with 1 item. We have 14 cost unit with these gloves. Be nice to have Lux have some items, but oh dang. Oh boy, how also Garen is taking 72% damage reduction. Nice. Now we can use we can use any of these items. We could, well, it's a 5 cost unit, but mainly it's from the voice staff. If not the voice staff, then maybe the blue buff? No. Yeah, I'll take the blue buff. Shojin was also okay. Blue buff to go on a Zillion, right? You know, triple that build I had before, triple blue buff, could
probably work on Zillion. He just needs to throw a bunch of time bombs. 18 seconds is usually the length of. I think it's 15 seconds. It's I think it's. I have to look at it again. I forget if it's 25 seconds or 30 seconds. But yeah. Nothing I have to roll for.
Killed you once. I'll kill you again.
Justice!
Heavy snow in Pensacola, Florida. Wow. January 22nd, 2026. Oh. Sorry, my friend. Quick posture check. Oh. Nice. That's random. Oh. Nice. Also random. Reduce the music a little. Or
For the cause!
The dragon nears.
archangels.
Fear the voice sting.
Justice!
There's no warden out here to match him.
Demacia marches as one.
Dang right, Demacia.
On wings of fury.
Demacia!
If you lock this down.
Next time, choose the right side.
My forge is my home.
I think we can move away from Demacia.
Have you seen my bear Tibbers? Have you seen my bear Tibbers? Playtime!
That's GG. Fourteen guys unit, 14 guys unit, 14 guys unit, 14 guys unit. They should just be stronger. think D actually likes her own country. Sorry, I was watching this YouTuber. I don't think D actually likes her own country. Well, and not to make she doesn't like her own country, but it's the.
I need you alive to kiss me.
I think she doesn't like foreigners. I think she's a right-wing Filipino blogger, I think. So, for example, the thing that vaulted. Oh, damn, we lost. Oh, they have Brock. I think that's the difference. Yeah, 1v1. Ooh, no, yeah, we lose. I still haven't found the right stuff to beat Brock. I don't think one item's gonna make that big of a difference. Burn, but if my opponent has Brock, it's game over. Maybe the items can go on to. You can move away from Zillion. Put Annie in the corner. Sell Zillion. Give this to Annie. The wall. Something better than nothing, but I was hoping for another fiddlestick somewhere. Oh my goodness! You know what I just saw? I just saw a 3-star Shyvana build. I messed up. I totally messed up. There was a way to beat Brock. There was a 3-star Shyvana. With how many Shyvanas? If I watch a replay of the game, it's GG. Hopefully, I get second place, I get first place. But there was a 3-star Shyvana. She'll do 10k damage a hit or something like that. I just counted, yeah. Yeah, I think it was exactly a 3-star Shyvana. Is what it is. Oh, back to Platinum. That was my second. Today's the 12th. Let's edit this. It's now. It's not Thursday. It's my fault. I think I need to upload like 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 videos. It's my fault.
Touches the hand.
Right, but also don't think you're gonna get good advice from. See the checking the news right now.
A symphony of justice.
Could use Rumble. I think it was okay. So I was listening to the news. I don't think the news on YouTube. But yeah, I was gonna say, some people say the Philippines is lagging behind, but I don't think that's true whatsoever. Everything we're seeing is you're seeing a country like the Philippines when we have like independent economists looking at the Philippine economy, and it's growing at a really good rate. Some people think it's 4.1%. Some people think it's over 5% GDP growth for the Philippines year over year. I think they're slowly getting there, but I still think the Philippines as a whole won't come into their own kind of power until like probably 17 years from now, I think. But they'll slowly get there. What I mean by that is like every country develops at different rates. You go from underdeveloped to a fully developed nation. And I have my own evaluation of a nation. When it's fully developed, it's all their roads are accessible. And so there also will be governments that will abandon roads, right? Which leaves like shitty infrastructure. Also, if governments, different state governments abandon their bridges and roads and trains and transportation, and you see that happening in certain countries, then those are a clear indicator of the disenfranchised of their own governments themselves, their own failing economies, their own troubles. A key indicator of a successful country and a growing country is looking at the percentage of all their accessible roads and the percentage quality of their public transportation, because it shows a healthy governance. Even if there's good and bad people sitting in positions of power, at least then, and equitably speaking, democracies flourish, dictatorships always crumble, no matter what. Because you'll see a dictator and they'll hold on to a ton of power and their people are suffering. And then you see these, I wouldn't say quasi-governments, you see like just shitty fascist dictator governments and all their different deviations. So like no matter what, it's usually a fascist government. You're going to have a single party, you're going to have a single ruler with all the say and power, and then, I think, probably do want to put Vayne out here. No offense to these other units. I'm just going to go 40 miles here, even though we could have the Invoker still in. But, like for example, if you take, I'll take certain governments, like the United States government, we're still a constitutional republic, but we have a democracy ideology. Because 80% of Americans are like pro-democracy, and probably 18% are fascists, and then 2% are just kind of like they don't care. They don't. Just legitimately, Americans, probably about 2% like just don't care. 80% are pro-fascist. How this happens is, and then 80% is, or 79 to 80% is pro-democracy, is because we've learned history. So the Americans are educated. All of our schools have, decent food, good food. A lot of our private high schools and just even public high schools are also really nice. And even of our poorer high schools and our more advanced high schools, the median quality difference in education is skewing towards the center to be more balanced. Versus inequality in other countries continue to build a classist state that then leads into fascism. So you have here in the United States, our public institutions, the bedrock is the blue-collar workers, the blue-collar voters, the largest voting bloc. And so with that, you educate enough of the populace to then be pro-democracy, because we look at the entirety of history. And then myself and all of our other Americans that are 35 and younger, that are more educated than everyone that's 40 and older. So that's the difference. It's that, from 1940 to 1980, that 40-year period, everyone that's 40 and older above us right now just had like poor quality education. And they had a whitewashed version of history, so they didn't quite understand the world around them, they didn't quite understand their own machinations around them, and because their education was so poor, the boomers and above, and anyone that's 40 and older, their very reality that's shaped around them, which is a false truth, their very reality, how they see the world, is incorrect, allows them to be manipulated the most, and they fall for scams, and they fall for strong men, which are weak men, they fall for weak men that pose as strong men, and then they fall into the idealization of fascism. They defer their thought processes and stress to one corrupt con man. Versus now, everyone that's 40 and younger are more educated. Blue collar working bloc, the largest voting bloc, every year over year is 80% pro-democracy Americans, and because we've seen all the fallacies and the failures and the strengths and the triumphs of humanity with our history because we're educated. So everyone that's 40 and under are more highly educated in America. Our education system's now more balanced. And when they look at the gambit of all the good and the bad and the ugly.
So much pain in Xinjiao's
Oh,
heart. Why?
wait, I'm missing something. Yeah, Demacia 5. Oh, sorry, it's the unit to build and where they're supposed to be. And we can separate these two. Give her the tier, give her the crit. And if we get a curve, we can turn the
Sorry, Your Majesty.
cloak to Kraken. But based on if you're looking at yourself right now, what's happening, and then you try to educate the rest of the world, it's that everyone outside of America don't understand, and they probably don't even know, and they probably don't have the education. So now you have this like 30% educated, 30% uneducated, and 30% don't care, and that's kind of the breakdown of the world of the three ideologies. And then you might have your own religious theocracy, you might have your own reality you've built based upon another series of lies told to you by another fascist government. So then already in the world, those people themselves, the uneducated, are easily manipulable and can easily fall into fallacies and fallacies, and they just keep stumbling over themselves. So you have a 30% block across the board. They're educated, 30% don't care. So then they're more dejected. They've pulled themselves out from wanting to interact with the rest of the world, which then makes them most successful and of course weak and mentally weak and manipulable. And then you have another 30% that are just uneducated. So then they're also of the group. So then as a whole, it looks like it's a combat between like 60% don't know, don't care, and are too dumb. And they're only too dumb because it's not their fault. It's state-controlled violence upon themselves. So your own governments or government is state-controlled violence upon themselves is by not giving them a proper education. So it's done intently on purpose to keep people, you can almost say the masses, 60% dumb, and then they can manipulate them. And then 30% that get educated are all usually pro-democracy all across the whole world, because you'll see pockets or massive groups or pro-democracy forces in other countries, even like Myanmar right now, for example. So we give an example to Myanmar. The current junta or military dictatorship is a small percentage of power, but the vast majority is pro-democracy, and now they're fighting a civil war trying to free their country from their military dictatorship. So you have a small group of people. So same thing in Venezuela. Venezuela, we also see the breakdown about 70-30. 70% are pro-democracy, 30% are pro-Maduro, up to about 28%. So about 27-28% of Venezuela is pro-fascist. They want to put all their failures and their thought processes and griefs and stress onto one man. And even though the rest of Venezuela is suffering, even though there's high inflation in Venezuela, or it's not just high inflation, but it's like skyrocketing inflation in Venezuela. They can't find the right kind of medicine, can't get the right kind of medical care. Farms are suffering, fishermen are suffering, people are dying. So much drugs, violence. There's paramilitary gangs. There's almost like fascist secret police in Venezuela, and they try to, they have so many political prisoners in Venezuela. We don't even know the total number of political prisoners in Venezuela. It's in the tens of thousands. Michael Spirit Link. Care package now. Sure, care package, I guess. We are level 5 at 5. There's some units. We sell this, sell this, sell this. Oh, stage 3 too. We need to be here. To be your own unit. Or Kiko Defender.
Come on, I'm not even holding the controls.
Probably Dragon's Claw. Let's go Spear Sojin. Let's give her Archangel. We're gonna duplicate Paint either or. Either way. Oh my god, Rumble should have been up there. I am totally tripping. Yeah, you know I'm messing up. So, the point I was getting at is that everyone around the world, probably the couple of big misconceptions is they don't understand the makeup or demographic within the United States. Because they don't know, they don't care, they're just not educated. And they're not educated because that's state violence of their own states or governments upon their populace. If you see a government being proactive and educating their population, then they're doing a good service to their own nation. And it produces some anti-racist population, and it produces a pro-democracy population. So we only see that within democracies. then luckily enough, the pressure was so much that there's a pressure cooker on China, which then forces the decoupulation and creation of pro-democracy forces within China. So, for example, the reverse opposite effect happens. So, where there was an organic view of Myanmar, dictatorship is so powerful for so long that it creates the adverse reaction to what is freedom. So, when you're in Burma, which is Myanmar, when it's under a dictatorship, there's so much pressure, like a pressure cooker. People are suffering, and then once the youth get educated, once the populace get educated, they look at the fallacies around the world, right? And the fallacies are dictatorships and fascism, and they're like, well, what is the truth? What is like happiness? Like, well, it's being in a democracy, being in a republic. So if you're in Myanmar, you're like, damn, people in France got it pretty good. People in South Korea got it pretty good. People in America got it pretty good. People in Mexico got it pretty good. People in, Spain got it pretty good. And they look at these other democracies and they're like, hey, they're not under the boot of some military dictatorship. They have a working freaking democracy and a separation of powers in their governments and governance. And then Myanmar, the pressure cooker, is like, that's how the military dictatorship fails, because then they voted in a president, they had a civilian government, so they got to taste some freedom, they got to taste some democracy, and then the military did like another coup and then arrested all of the civilian leadership in Myanmar and tried to reform Burma again. And then the people, they rose up peacefully and marched and were just like, hey, listen to our voice, listen to our voice. And then the Burmese military, aka the current Myanmar government, aka this military dictatorship, took their weapons, started murdering and shooting innocent teenagers, civilians in the streets. And so for months on end, video footage came out of Myanmar the past few years where the military continues to drop bombs on civilians or use their military weapons to even shoot and kill and murder unarmed civilians in Myanmar. But then I'm like, where the fuck is the UN? Yeah, man. Like it's such an easy layup for the United States to gain a giant work, like even previous administration, like the Biden administration or Trump administration, both of them could easily get their own political wins by saving Myanmar. It was so freaking easy. One, Myanmar military is a complete pushover. It's just the fact that the Myanmar military are murdering unarmed civilians, right? Dropping bombs on villages and murdering civilians. So the Myanmar government is, the Burmese military, these evil, I've heard used some more curse words, just evil, sick, depraved men, right? Are committing other acts of violence. We already know the military in Myanmar are, like they're raping children, they're raping women, dropping bombs on civilians, taking their military and straight shooting and killing civilians in the streets. So you see this evil. They're a complete pushover because they're just conflicting harm until like they're not being met equally. But then the United States military, right? We understand that the vast majority of Myanmar, the civilians, they just don't have a way to defend themselves. But the vast majority of them want a democracy, want freedom, want a constitutional republic, and want to see their leaderships, their civilian leadership out of the political prisons that they're currently in, and they want to be a free and prosperous like nation. Look at the other democracies and constitutional republics around the world. Oh, and Australia is kind of it too, right? Australia is a democracy, a constitutional republic. People have their freedoms there, even though, let's say the past 2 weeks, we see the police straight fascism, where the police are beating up unarmed old people and they're beating up unarmed children. Like the Australian police, just full on fascist, black boot kicking, embracing just brutalism. So there's still a balancing act in Australia where hopefully the civilian side of Australia takes charge, right, and really utilizes their government of Australia to then prosecute these Australian officers that want to just go full-on violence, excessive force, So back to Myanmar, United States and the Chinese government. So when people look around the whole world, I kept seeing people, like, how do I describe to people? The first thing to describe to people is the power of the pen in the United States is the most powerful weapon. It's the most powerful resource. We have the power of the pen will always be 1,000,000 times stronger than the sword in the United States, because with the power of a stroke of a pen, we can remove someone's freedoms, we can restore their rights, we can move massive armies. So the power of the pen in the United States is the most powerful thing. We're the most powerful country, military, economy in the entire world. So the power of the pen is way more stronger. So like when I see these comments of people from like outside the United States, and they'll say something like they want U.S. civilians to like rise of a revolution, like it doesn't make any sense because it's whatever political party. Well, specifically, you want more anti-racist people in the U.S. government. You want more pro-democracy people in the United States government because we can unleash justice like a hammer. Okay, so there's two parts. People outside the United States saying dumb stuff because it goes back to them not being educated and then not knowing or caring about anything about American history. Because the suffering of Black Americans, the suffering of people called the United States, is 400 years of our history. And then the average international person outside the United States doesn't know jack squat, doesn't know anything about the suffering people called the United States, or they have zero understanding of our government system. So, like when you look at China, for example, compared to the United States. Oh, sorry, I gotta pick my next thing. I could never visit China until China breaks apart into 8 or 11 different countries, or maybe even 4 different countries that China breaks apart and have their own governments. Because right now in China, you have Han supremacists, you have Han nationalists, even though there's like 8 to 11 other major ethnic groups that are completely different. You know, so you have these Han nationalists, Han supremacists. Sorry, I need to get a crack in right now. This is IE. This could be Giant Slayer, I guess. Of course, having Vayne be a 2-star would probably make more sense. That's okay. Sorry, no game. But with China, it is not one group. It's just the Han people are a very small group. They're like the Wu people and Fujianese people, but ultimately there's like 8 to 11 other ethnic groups in China, and of the 8 to 11 different ethnic groups, each one has their own language, their own food, their own clothes, their own culture, their own many religions, their own spirituality. Some are more Buddhist leaning, some are more Taoist leaning, some are more Christian leaning, some are more Muslim leaning, right?
Fear the void's sting.
Oh, there's a notice.
I'm your biggest fan. I even know.
This is my fault. We don't have a 2-star Vayne. We're not level 8 yet. I might just have to sell this though. Oh, because of the app and not paying attention to the game. So, like in China, there's essentially almost nothing to praise. You have maybe 1.3 million people, and there might only be 1 billion people. They might have lost 355 million people due to the pandemic in the past 6 years. So, I will grab Lux, I guess. Maybe we should grab Zillion so that no one gets Zillion or Anne. Maybe. But in China, you have 8 to 11 other major ethnic groups, which could form 8 to 11 other countries within China. You have these 8 immortal families, and the 8 immortal families look like, I think the red nobility look like they're like the main leading family of each of the 8 to 11 ethnic groups. So it might be 8 to 11 ethnic groups, 8 powerful, call them the 8 immortals, the 8 main red nobility families, and then the subsets of smaller families that have. Yeah, we're just not there. We're not there because we definitely need Galio, but I don't think we're gonna find a Galio.
First rule of being a sentinel? Cleansing blood with silver.
Oh, I think maybe there is a chance to do something interesting right now. But I think we lose. I think we lose either way. It's GG. Not quite paying attention, not quite moving fast enough. We're sending a Galio. Yeah. There's a Lux.
Demacia must lead by example.
We should lose. Oh, never mind. Okay, cool, sure. Kendra. So of the 8 of the red nobility in China, there's a subset of like red princes, because it's a misogynistic society, and like the men in China have like all power. And there's a few women in China, a very small percentage, right, that can maintain or be in a position of power, but it is very much a misogynistic, racist society in China. And the other problem, there's a couple parts of China people keep. It's like the uneducated out around the world. If they're in African countries, they're in European countries, South American countries have like no idea about China. It's like in China, sex slavery is incredibly rampant. Racism, the disparity of the wealth is even of a wider gap than anywhere else in the world. You have about, there used to be 1.4 billion people. There was 300 million people kind of middle class, about 80 million like super rich, and then just like a billion people that are just like poor. So that's what China was doing. They were having a mass of 1 billion people that are just super poor. We're talking that like they're living off of like 300 to 400 US dollars a year, you know. And then the 300 million were like the middle class that were pushing anywhere between like $40,000 to $60,000 per year in USD. So they were like almost propping for holding the economy. And then you had about 80 million, 70 million to 80 million, give or take. 75 to 80 million, give or take, which is like super rich, you know, the multi-millionaires in USDs in China. And so those kind of elements were propping up the economy, but overall, you know, it very much is underdeveloped. So it was so funny that American politicians for so many years would complain that the value of the yuan, you know, they think that the Chinese economy is trying to manipulate the yuan, and like that's why it's like a 6-to-1 ratio. You need 6 RMB to 1 USD, but it's about right. Because in China, like I said, their middle class is the entirety of the U.S. population, and the U.S. population's middle class is half of China's middle class, but the rest of their economy gets dragged down because they have a billion people that are super poor, living on 300 to almost 600 US dollars a year, and some are just 300 to 400 dollars. The median is like 370 something, like $378 per year that the average person in China is living on, because there's a billion people that live on anywhere between 300 to 600 US dollars a year. That's how they you know, they're eating food. People don't understand, like there's the 600 million that are extreme poverty in China. Has 600 million people in extreme poverty, and they will put like eggs on anything, but they also will like rummage through the trash and try and like eat the leftovers from the previous tiered class. So you have in almost every single town or city in China is women forced into sex slavery. 170,000 children go missing each year in China, right? So like there's nothing to praise there. You know, when you have little girls and little boys being forced into sex slavery in China, in every single town and every single city in China, you know, children and women and little boys forced into sex slavery in China. You have and of course sex work is legal in China, but the prostitution is so rampant, the forced sex slavery is so rampant that
Demacia must lead by example.
we could use Garen to go to Demacia 7. It's kind of weird. We won, you know, games in a row. My bad, sorry. It's just this is the match. I think this is Hexa Gunblade, which can help onto Senna. I'm just gonna slap Ivans down. So there's only 8 players alive, and I don't think we can win. We're level 8, kind of like we have like a funky comp. Even though we won 3 battles in a row, I think it's super. It's kind of working, but the point I was getting at is that it's always like uneducated people outside of the United States and outside of China, because people in China know their truth. Maybe they don't, maybe they do. Some do. There's an estimate in China that
Zane, you can aim for my heart when you find your own.
this is super close. It's kind of working. We're just not Demacia 7, because we would have Galio. Oh my goodness, what am I doing? Literally needs these items, I think, with the Dragon's Claw. So hopefully we didn't totally mess up this build. So we're gonna get, my bad, we're gonna get Galio. Even though 11 cost Swain with 3 items helps a lot. And Senna, of course, having 3 items helps a lot too. This might be GG on my part. I think my team's falling apart, so yeah, GG on this one. Or this. Oof, GG. GG happened a lot. But the one thing I kept saying across social media is uneducated or outside China, in Europe, African countries, the American countries, and they don't have any understanding of the United States, not have any understanding of China. And so because you have 60% of the world not understanding what's happening inside China or not what's happening inside the United States, they're the number one and number two powers. And so they're kind of running around, probably more stressed out, or running around like their heads cut off, essentially. They're running around like headless chickens, basically. Yeah, 6% of the world's population just not knowing what's actually happening. And so, and it also goes back to people, 6% of the world population not understanding American history or Chinese history. So they don't even understand the current states, what's happening right now in both countries. But in China, like I said, it's like 170,000 children go missing each year. Their corruption is so, the poverty, the extreme poverty, the poverty is so massive. There's 600 million people in extreme poverty. You have 1 billion people that barely getting by, barely living, like barely surviving. And then you have about 300 million or so that are middle class. But then the pandemic hit, so you see even more egregious behavior, disgusting, inhumane behavior, because when the pandemic hit China, and this was even just Mother Nature, this was bound to happen. We've seen zoonotic diseases spread. So it was like, because the entire world population, right? Because China got to 1.4 billion, the motherfucking zoonotic virus is going to jump, because even for the past 2,000 years, we've seen zoonotic viruses continue to fucking jump. But imagine the population of the world before 1901 was way lower, right? So zoonotic viruses would pop up and we would lose whole villages or towns. 8,000 people dead due to SARS when it first came out. In China, SARS first appeared because it came from the blood of bats and it wiped out an entire town. This family was traveling through a town in China, and the whole town, all the children, elderly people were dead. This was like 1998, and this is because, they don't know where it started. They understand that SARS virus comes from the blood of bats, but they were like, the whole village was infected, right? So there was an incident, something happened, one person got contaminated from the first SARS virus, and it wiped out an entire town, some 8,000 people. Children, men, women, elderly. And it kind of makes sense, because the first time you see like an emergence or a VOC, a variant of concern, it's usually very powerful and it's hungry. So it just replicated. But luckily enough, that village was more so isolated. But incredibly sad that a whole group of 8,000 people just died. So when you see a whole village of dead bodies, it was like, what the heck? And then eventually Chinese scientists came in and were like, we need help. Then Chinese scientists back in 2000, 2 years later, bringing international experts, and they were examining what this was, and they classified it as SARS. This severe acute respiratory syndrome, because they were trying to figure out how did it spread. So the first inoculation happened via respiratory. And so we saw what it was. We've seen other zoonotic viruses, like we understand the flu hit the world like 3 separate times. And the flu then, spread like crazy and it's killed tens and tens of millions of humans. And the real numbers is that people keep talking about, they said something like there's World War II, and they always put up like the bombs, the death, and the killings, and like that was never really it. It was the fact that sick soldiers, right, infected soldiers, as they were crossing state lines, spread the flu like crazy. And the numbers are, they think we lost like 56 million people. So World War II wasn't really World War II. It was never the bomb and the bullets. It was the fact that there were so many soldiers infected with the flu, and they kept traveling, right, flying and moving in many different countries. The flu virus just spread like wildfire, plus war. So then there was less communication between each country and nation. So just imagine just each country with a massive infection of the flu virus spreading. And then we just lost a ton of fucking people. So here's the scary part. I understand that the Allies, right, Black American soldiers eventually won consecutive battles, right, in the air against German soldiers and Italian fascist cucks and German fascist cucks, like Black American fighter pilots, right, had like a 99% success rate. So Black American fighter pilots kicked the shit out of Italian fascist cucks, out of a German fascist cucks. People keep fucking forgetting, right? The all Black bomber and fighter pilot units had a 99.9% success rate in their sorties. So they were just acing the shit. They're kicking the shit out of these German neo-Nazis and these fashion fucking Italians. And even on the ground, the all-black tank units, right? Battalions were kicking the shit out of the Germans, and the all-black, infantry units. There was a group called the Black Panthers. The Black Panthers were an all-combat and all-black tank battalion, right? And they were just kicking the shit out of the fucking Germans. And then we had all-black Marine units from New York, right? There were I think Marine and infantry units that were all black, and they were kicking the shit out of the fascist Italians because we're just bigger, stronger, and faster, and we're more accurate when we shoot our guns. And so, and then on top of that, couple that with our immune system's better, And then you have the flu virus spreading in World War II, and then we lost 56 million people due to the flu spreading and us not having a vaccine to it. So it was like a combination of our Black American soldiers, fighter pilots, tank battalions, and infantry kicking the shit out of neo-Nazis and Italian fascists, continually winning because we're just bigger, stronger, faster, smarter. We can shoot better. We're just more athletic. We can carry more guns, carry more weight. We just do everything. We are. There's a whole bunch of other stuff to that too, but just here's the combat aspect, and then you see it in sports. You're going to see it in combat, you're going to see it in sports. Black American soldiers are the most elite in the entire world. And then couple that, like I said, with the flu. So in reality, that's World War II. The combat warrior on the ground. Who is succeeding? Who is winning? Black American fighter pilots with 90% success rate. Acing kicked the shit out of neo-Nazis and Italian fascist cucks. And then on the ground, the same thing. All black tank units and all black infantry units kicking the shit out of Italians and German soldiers and winning. That's World War II. Trying to take something away from World War II. And then on top of World War II, the idiocy, uneducated people not understanding what the flu is, and then not understanding how to take care of themselves, and not understanding how to be healthy, and the flu spread and then kills 56 million people worldwide. That's World War II. So couple it today, in China and America, in the United States, yeah, people outside of America don't know jack shit about American culture, or American history, or Chinese history, and we're the number one, number two power in the United States. And then you have, in the United States, you're going to see that we're slowly getting there. So, for example, every 4 years, every 8 years, depending on the administration, depending on egoism, how power changes. Trump is old. Yes, Trump is a criminal president. We've had other criminal presidents prosecuted in the past. Trump is a criminal president. This is his last term. He's old. He's fragile. He's probably like 88 years old or something like that. And Mother Nature's going to catch up to him real soon. Trump knows that. Trump's family knows that. He's 79 years old. My bad. 79 years old, but he's probably the most out of shape, worst looking 79-year-old on the planet. He has like Rick and Mortis or something. So with Donald Trump, Mother Nature's gonna go through a course. Dude keeps eating McDonald's and skin turning into a zombie. That's Donald Trump. Yes, he's criminal. His power is temporary. 2026 this year, we've already seen a wave of Americans rejecting Trump's policy. So to educate the world, educate other Americans who just don't know, the president comes to power, 2025, even just 12 months of his power from February 2025 till February of right now, 2026, this year of policy, you see an increase in cost of food, you see an increase in cost of energy, you see extrajudicial killings, you see a pedophile president, you see a war criminal president, giving bombs to genocidal dictatorships, and you see a corrupt president that is trying to run from the law, but he can't run forever. His running is him sitting as the president. So there was a saying or a recurring theme online that Donald Trump was only running for the presidency to stay out of jail. And he probably somewhat succeeded in that aspect. He ran for the second term to um, to basically just stay out of prison. That's basically what it is when you look at it in a nutshell. But he was a con man, weak man that has his cult of personality. And but when Donald Trump is long and gone, and Mother Nature does its course, right? Um, Everyone else that is 40 and 50 years old, 60 probably, even like 40-year-old, 50-year-old, 60-year-old that are in Trump's cabinet circle of scumbags, these dogs, these criminals. We're the next wave of governance, right? New wave of state AGs, new governors, new wave of voters, right? Um, you know, justice is coming. And the reason you're seeing justice is coming is because you see how voters vote. So how voters vote shows you the health of our nation. And right now, the projection is the GOP are going to lose 28 House seats. We haven't seen that in 70 years, but just it's like projected forward. There's all these algorithms, there's all these. It's not gambling over and under. It's just all this data that we're looking at, and we can project the data forward. And we're seeing GOP voters are fed up with the fact that the president was just like murdering people in international waters. He was his fascist secret police, ICE. ICE doesn't even need to exist. We can just abolish ICE because it was created during the Bush administration in the early 2000s. So ICE isn't some long-running organization. ICE is just fraud, waste, and abuse. We already have the security mechanisms in place. You do not need ICE. So in the front of the court of law, right, our constitutional republic, our United States Service Codes, we can just abolish and dismantle ICE. And it works like this. You already have local law enforcement, right, to handle law enforcement locally. They're state peace officers. Okay, that's locked in place. We already have the FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation. So, okay, we already have that exists, that entity for decades upon decades doing their job. We already have the CIA and NSA. Okay, we have those other security apparatus. Then what the F is ICE? We have CBP. We already have Border Patrol agents. So what the hell is ICE? ICE was created during the Bush administration in the early 2000s. Not even like, I would guess like 17, 18 years ago. ICE doesn't need to exist. It's literally fraud, waste, and abuse. And they're wasting tens of billions of dollars on ICE. You see what I'm saying? So when the next wave of governance happens, we will get rid of that department. Those scumbag ICE cucks think for some reason that they're also uneducated. They think for some reason that if they're in government, they're immune. No, we've sent generals to prison for life. We've sent commanders to prison for life. Right? If you're a federal agent, and check this out, every single week, right, we continually see ICE agents getting apprehended, losing their ability to vote because they committed like crimes against children or they committed other heinous crimes like murder, rape, or like violent burglary. Literal ICE agents every week. Like ICE agents commit, I'm seeing like different names every single week of ICE agents committing crimes against children. They lose the right to vote. They get federal penalties against them. They're going to the federal prison. Seeing other ICE agents commit other violent crimes, lose their ability to vote. Going to federal prison. And so ICE doesn't even need to exist. We already have every other agency in place that has their purpose. Here's a prime example. It's like, we have ticket officers. So like city of San Francisco, they have like ticket police. Their job is they're not really police, my bad. They're like they're ticket city people. They go around and they give parking tickets. So the city of San Francisco does not need police to waste their time, effort, and money to like write parking tickets. So the police NSF will respond to active crime scenes, active ongoing violence, or they'll be put into place to try and maintain order. I guess in a sense that's SF police, right? But they also have like this ticket city officials, and they ride around these vehicles, and they kind of like look like security guards or like they look like police, but their job is to drive around and they dish out parking tickets, or like almost like transportation fees, depending on whatever transportation violation happened. So in the United States, like we don't need these extra law enforcement agencies. We can remove one of them, and that's ICE, because you already have local law PD, you already have CPP, you already have FBI, you already have CIA, you already have NSA. Okay, so you already have these other law enforcement mechanisms in place. There's zero reason to have ICE. It's literally fraud, waste, and abuse. And so the funny part is we see these ICE agents acting absurd. They'll committing crimes, thinking for some reason that wearing a mask is going to protect them. Once we abolish ICE and we get the names of these officers, individuals, and units, we're going to be able to collect more data and investigate officers that have committed crimes against Americans. Like, for example, you had ICE agents murdering unarmed Americans. Justice will come in due time. Just takes a little time. It's always, their power is always temporary. And so yeah, it's more of depraved individuals that are pro-fascist, that are clinging to power and realizing that their power was always temporary. Their power is only derived by the will of the people. So they're sitting in a position of power, abusing their position of power, and they're gonna learn in due time that their power is temporary. They have a crash course in reality. And same thing in China. You know, in China you have these red nobility in positions of power, but they should realize that their power comes from the people. And every single day and every single week, and we're talking 20 to 30 factories are burning down in China. These aren't accidents. This isn't remittance. This isn't faulty equipment. Every single day, every single week in China, on average, 25 to 30 factories are burning down in China because it is a slow moving revolution in China. See, when people saw from January 25th till now, the past 3 weeks, we've seen tons of military movement. At first, other analysis thought, oh, it's a coup in the capital. And I try to tell people, no, it's not a coup, because these are coming from the Central Theater Commander, that's General, and the Northern Theater Commander, that's General. And some people were speculating, they got it wrong. They're thinking, Taiwan's going to be attacked. And they would like go to social media and they would start just yapping, Taiwan's going to be attacked. And I'm like, everything that I'm seeing, I'm like, no, it's not that either. It's that the ruling party, the dictatorship in China, is literally, we're seeing it crumble in real time. And the outside people, right, other media don't really follow it or see it because China tries to lock down, control all their data. But from January 25th till now, the past few weeks, China was moving tens of thousands of soldiers via their own like normal personable trains, which shows you the good and bad of China. That the Chinese government doesn't have the means to move their soldiers in like a mass exodus kind of way. They saw tens of thousands of soldiers using regular public trains. So they all have their gear. They're carrying heavy gear, carrying their rifles, and they're walking through train stations, tens of thousands of them. And they have to take up normal space on public transportation to move their troops, which shows you that their military is weak. Because if the Chinese government was actually strong, they would have the transportation mechanism to move all their soldiers, but they don't. You know, no, they're not airlifting. The Chinese government airlifted, I think, 17 to 20 massive ammunition, like aircraft, to Iran to give them more missiles. Yeah, but when you see mass movement of troops, they take up like normal roads. They take up train space. It's because the dictatorship in China was crumbling. They're seeing, how do we describe it? Like a consolidation of power. So there's like 3 events going on. There's various diseases are spreading, and so there was I think it's another flu in China. It's not SARS, but ultimately just it's another flu, like legitimately like avian flu. They think avian flu is spreading right now in China because it goes back to the 1 billion people that are there and the 300 million that are middle class of the 1.3 million supposedly. Even though There's like an estimation that they've lost 255 million people due to the pandemic over the past 6-7 years. But even them losing 255 million people over the past 6-7 years, if you divide that, they probably lost about 20 million each year, but they were gaining 9 to 12 million each year. So they were only negative 8 million to their population over 7 years or 8 years. So for every 21 million Chinese are dying each year, they're producing about 9 to 12 million new children. But that would be a whole bunch of babies and kids for the past 8 years, so they don't contribute to the society. You got what I mean, in terms of like a workforce. So you see this contraction where if China over the past, from 2019 to now, 7 years, has lost 255 million people, even in 7 years, even if you see a new wave of kids, those children, those babies and kids they don't contribute to the economy. They're only, 1-year-old to 7-year-old. You see what I'm saying? And then it's 7 times by 10, so maybe 70 million new kids, right? Give or take, you could say 70 to 100 million new kids, but they're only age 1 to 7, so they don't contribute to the economy. So China can look at it as, even though they lost 255 million people, they gained, even upwards now, they might have gained up to 120 new kids, but they don't contribute to the society. So there's just like this, it's like a wave. So there was a branch of a population, and they're gone, the 255 million that died, 200 million plus that died due to the SARS virus, and then all of a sudden a giant baby boom. But the baby boom was a whole bunch of kids in China, so they don't contribute to society. And then you see this contraction, where the contraction was the housing and market collapse. Just housing and market just collapsed because there was 255 million people in China, and they all were wiped out. And then it created a giant debt bubble for all the banks because they're like, oh damn, tens of millions of people are dead, and no one could pay these mortgages. No one could pay. This is giant mass exodus of just a mass exodus of power within the economy is gone. And that's the current China that you see. So we don't know how many Chinese soldiers have died due to the flu of the SARS virus. We don't know how many of the PRC, the People's Republic of China, how much. We've seen some of it. For example, there's like the CNC, the CSC is like the CPC, Central Party Commission. No, it's the CNC. It's like the Convention of National Congress or something like that. My apologies. They have all these acronyms, man. They have the CCP, the CNC, the CPC. There's the CCPCN. And I was like, dude, there's just too many acronyms. The Chinese government. But understand that they have this body, this Congress that has like 2,000 members. They're missing 600 of them because they all died during the pandemic. So there's the Chinese government. There's the 8 royal families, the 8 red nobility. They're called the 8 immortal families. And I think, I also theorize, that the 8 immortal families are the head families of each of the main ethnic groups in China. Because there's 8 to 11 ethnic groups, and has exactly 8 immortal families. And I think they're the head, they're the main, almost like director family of the 8 ethnic groups, their power base, if I was to theorize. And then you have, like I said, another indicator of like how much the population lost was the collapsing of the housing market. There was tens and tens of millions of cell phone users just disappeared. So at first, and then you see the giant wave of banks taking out all this debt, and it's because, like I said, all that massive workforce is gone. Now, don't get me wrong. People that are age 15 to 20 are now 27 years old, right? So if you had 200 million people, it goes to 270 million people that are now middle class. Or if you had the 18 to 25-year-olds that are now 32-year-olds in China, there's another wave of 70 million that kind of float into that bracket. So China as a whole, over the past 7-8 years, the contraction is like probably negative 170 million people out of the workforce. And then a brand new workforce is uneducated that had just now come into power. So that just understand their ideology is being shaped by the very dictatorship in China, the pressure cooker. People are burning down their own factories because they're being fired. People, Oh, my police officers aren't getting paid in China. Huge red flag. Teachers aren't getting paid in China. Huge red flag. We're talking for months. We're talking 6 months goes by. Construction workers aren't getting paid. Police aren't getting paid. Teachers aren't getting paid. Mechanics aren't getting paid. In China, um, people are they're blowing up banks in China. They're blowing up their own factories in China out of frustration when they get fired. They say they're working a job for 10 years or 20 years, and the boss is like, "Oh, I can't pay for the last 6 months." That person loses their mind and then burns down or destroys their bank they worked at or their factory they're working at. That's why every single day in China, for months on end, I mean, we're talking thousands of different businesses being, Chinese citizens are revolting in acts of arson at a mass scale. And then so the dictatorship in China was crumbling, and the biggest indicator was January 25th. Xi, the dictator, is panicking, and he's having his general of the Central Theater Command, his general of the Northern Theater Command, pull in tens of thousands of troops to surround his family and the Red Nobility family in Beijing. Where do you think the 8 immortal families are at? They're around the capital, Beijing, and there's these 5 circles, these 5 walls of defense around Beijing. And so Xi, over the past 3 weeks, has had 2 generals and 2 different theater commands. There are 5 theater commands in China. Each one is commanded by a general, and they're in different ethnic groups too. I understand the 5 theater commanders, the 5 generals, are actually immensely powerful. That is the real and true breakdown of the Chinese government. In the Chinese government, the person who controls the military controls his society and government. It's been like that for like hundreds and hundreds of years. Easily for the past 800 years, 700, 800 years in China. That person that controls the military controls China. So in China, the 5 generals, these different theater commands are massive areas, and they control group armies. So each theater command general controls like multiple, 6 to 10 group armies. Of the 5 generals in China, they all speak different languages, and they're all in different regions. They're basically like 5 kingdoms in China. The Central Theater Command protects Beijing. The Northern Theater Command gives Xi Jinping an escape route to Russia. I'm going to say it again. The Central Theater Command that surrounds Beijing and the provinces and the cities. Also, the Northern Theater Command General. They're both loyal to Xi, but Xi needs the Northern Theater Command. He's bribed him so much that if he needs an escape plan to leave China, he's going to flee to Russia. That's what he's going to do. And then the other 3 generals that control the group armies that are in Central, the South, and the West speak different languages. In the South, you have a general that controls that massive group of armies, and they speak a different language. They speak Cantonese. And then you have another Western general. They speak a completely different language. It's more like Hunanese. And it's not Han. It's the Hunan people. Massive population. Probably the strongest army is the Western Theater Command General, and those people that are of Hunan descent speak Hunanese. And in the east, you have the Wu people, and they are completely different. The vast majority of the Wu people are Christian inside China, but they have a massive military and army with their general and their group armies. And then in the south, you have a Cantonese general who speaks Cantonese, completely different. So if China breaks apart, it would break apart into 5 different countries. Maybe 8 to 11 or 4 different countries, depending on which generals survive with their group armies. And that's China right now. Of the 5 generals, only 2 of them, the central commander that was handpicked by Xi, is protecting the capital and his family, and the North Theater Command who's bribed by Xi to give an escape route to run to Russia. The other 3 generals of the other 3 theater commands that speak different languages. In the West, Hunan generals speak Hunanese with the Hunan people, and then east you have the Wu people, and they're more Christian, different theologies. They have their own group armies, and in the south, this is a Cantonese general speaks Cantonese, and there's like a massive group, easily 100. How do I describe a massive group? The Chinese military isn't 2 million soldiers; it's way more. The Chinese military is about like 80 million soldiers. And the reason the Chinese military is like about 80 million soldiers is because of how massive their population is, and for how many weapons they can hand out to their peoples. So of the 450 million Cantonese people, the Southern Theater Command General, who's of Cantonese descent from the Kingdom of Canton, he speaks a different language. He could equip his Cantonese people with like, you know, easily 10 million guns, right? Have 10 million soldier army. And then same thing with the Hunan people in the West. They can easily build up and ramp up, 10 million weapons and 10 million soldiers. And so of the 5 theater commanders, the 5 generals, only 2 of them swore loyalty to Xi. The one in Central Theater Command around Beijing, Northern Theater Command that's just north of them. And the other 3 generals have not responded to Xi. The other 3 generals that command group armies, massive armies, can literally form their own countries and wield a ton of power. And they have not responded or sworn fealty to Xi. Because it goes back to, in China, there's these 8 immortal families, and the 8 red nobility all have different shared points of power: oil, coal, rockets, food, transportation, technology. They all control vast groups of power. So that's what's happening in China right now. And people don't know. And so Xi can't invade Taiwan, but he may. So there's the sad part. When a dictatorship starts to crumble and he starts to fire generals, he starts to consolidate power, they usually invade. It's like clockwork. So, for example, we've seen time and time again, past 200 years, any kind of dictator or fascistship, fascism, some fascist dictator, anytime they start firing generals and they consolidate power, they then immediately like invade or start a war to stay in power. So if Xi feels like he's losing power, his last gambit is to start a war to then invade Taiwan to like seize and stay in more power. So here's an example. Prime example goes back to Myanmar. Myanmar civil war, military dictatorship happens, and they commit. It's not really civil war. They just commit a ton of atrocities and genocides. They're killing their own civilians to create a fake war, create a conflict, and stay in power. It wasn't like the military in Myanmar had an actual legitimate reason to arrest the civilian government. They did it for power. So now the Myanmar or Burmese junta, arrest the civilian government, and now they gain a ton of power, money, oil, guns at their command. They gain a ton of power, start inflicting more control onto the Myanmar people. The Myanmar people are suffering. And in China, you see people suffering. They have dictatorship in Xi. You have this one red army, these red nobility families that are kind of moffing out, like almost like a mafia, but they're all swearing fealty and loyalty to a single dictatorship in Xi. And then the dictatorship is crumbling. So as the dictatorship is crumbling, Xi might lash out and force his generals off to start a war with Taiwan. Because then it keeps him in power. It postpones elections and all that. So, but I'm gonna get some snacks. Take a break. Sky Cubs going on. So some good news would be. My check. Let's say, let me checking YouTube real quick. One day ago, we had the Taiwanese government and the I probably need to turn back on the headset, yeah. Watching a YouTube video. Just oh, I was gonna say, today's the 12th of February. The good news that I've seen in the past, can we say 2 weeks? Today's Thursday. In the past 2 weeks, good news is actually I wouldn't even estimate say. I wouldn't say the past 2 weeks. Let's say the past 7 days. The past 7 days, good news is seeing at least like government like Brazil. They've apprehended and arrested Jeffrey Epstein's pilot. So taking serious steps to actually apprehend, these pedophile criminals, co-conspirators, and Jeffrey Epstein's essentially criminal team. And so there's like step one, and then part one. Another part to that, and part one would be other European countries now going full on active investigations into the various members of EU, their leadership states that were a part of Jeffrey Epstein. So Jeffrey Epstein, and so now it's more so looking at the clients, looking at the co-conspirators, looking at his criminal team, and you're seeing multiple resignations across multiple countries in Europe because they were men or women that were either clients or co-conspirators or other criminal team members of Jeffrey Epstein's criminal enterprise and the crimes that he committed against children. And so you're seeing now, a slow moving rolling of justice occurring. And then couple that with almost like a part two, that then leading to and seeing the FBI release, aka the Epstein files, is an FBI release of files. And then other governments looking at that evidence and data. And it is slowly collapsing the current Labour Party within the UK Parliament system because of the various men, the multiple men that were either associates, clients, advisors, the bribes they took from Epstein, all their criminality is being exposed because the
FFI releases 3 million files of evidence. There's 6 million total. We're still missing another 3 million files need to be released to the public. But even among the 3 million files released to the public, these other governments are now seeing all this evidence, seeing all these criminals, and then they're taking steps to enact justice within their respective countries. And so, the one positive news to tell Americans is the wave of socialist democratic candidates, the wave of just Democrats and Democrats of different statures of background winning seats in districts to where Trump had won with a large majority. Like we're talking, it was a district string of like plus 70, a district swing of plus 70 towards Democrats, for example. So you only see that when the very GOP voters themselves are so disgusted by their criminal president that he's weakened their economy, weakened the US dollar by increased cost of goods, watching the president the GOP finding out slowly, right, that because the FFR release evidence just happened. So a lot of the older, we'll call it like it is, older white Americans that are just now seeing the evidence because the files were just released in the past like 2 weeks, that shows that the president's pedophile. He had raped children that were 9 years old, 10 years old, 11 years old, 14 years old, 15-year-olds. So he committed all this crime. So now the older white GOP voters are now seeing the evidence on him. And that's why you're seeing the plus 70 swings towards Democrats and the plus 55 swings towards Democrats for the candidates that have won, and the plus 45% swings in points towards Democrats because those GOP voters, the older white voters, are finally not seeing the evidence of the crimes of the president, and then the totality of like president's war criminal, handing weapons to genocidal war criminals, killing Arab children, him extrajudicial killing, just blowing up fishermen in the international ocean, international waters. Like I said, weakening of the US dollar, rising in cost of goods, the rising cost to buy a home, lack of protections, and then finally they see the ICE, Gestapo, ICE secret police, ICE fascist police, ICE federal agents murdering unarmed civilians in America, and that pushes the older white American voters to be like, they're done with Trump, and they're voting for Democrats to, they know what they're doing, they're voting for Democrats to then, and so the older white GOP voters are voting for Democrats because they then have faith that we will enact justice, correct course, heal the nation, heal our stand in the world, and stop this criminal president. And so then, I bet in America, you're going to see like, a large chunk of Democrats rise in the votership block because you'll gain new waves of Democratic voters. There's a chunk of independents that'll just vote Democrat candidates, even though they are hardcore independent in themselves. They're still wholly Americans that are independents or moderates. That chunk is swinging towards Democrats that will like vote for this party to enact some justice and correct course and order and heal the nation. And then there's just GOP voters that have been GOP voters for like decades, right? And they're just so fed up with everything they're seeing, the failing of a criminal president, that they're like, vote Democrat, heal the nation, correct course of the nation. So that's what you're seeing. And so that's why, with all that data, from last year, 2025, the projection is the GOP are going to lose 28 House seats. And even now, the GOP has a 1 House seat lead because there were so many special elections. Multiple members of the GOP party quit, resigned. Multiple members of the GOP party said they're not going to run for another term. So they're trying to bail, they're trying to jump ship, they're trying to bail ship, they're trying to just get out of the GOP party. Even right now, the GOP essentially only have like a 1 seat lead because we are seeing a block of 6 GOP congressmen that are voting with Democrats and to stop Trump. So Trump wanted to continue tariffs onto Canada, and the House just voted today. Today's Thursday. Yesterday, Wednesday. The good news is the House of Democrat voters plus 6 GOP voters all voted and to stop the tariffs towards Canada. Canada is a top 3 ally. Because I'd probably say Mexico. No offense, Canada. Mexico's like number 1, and Canada's like number 2. With Canada, they're an energy partner. They're a number 1 energy partner. So, but they're like number 2. Okay, we could trade more oil, crude oil, natural resources. We could trade that with Canada. But Mexico is the number 1 partner in agribusiness. So in the agri-science or agricultural or the food processing, Mexico and Mexico is our number one. So they're our number one ally. When it comes to food, to help feed our nation, we trade so much with Mexico. We buy so much of their product. It keeps Americans fed. So they're number one ally. Number two ally, Canada. Number three ally, probably France. Number four, our best ally, probably Japan, something like that. Yeah. And then there's some subjective in terms of other allies. But like Philippines is a good ally, Spain's a good ally, South Korea's a good ally, but they're not in terms of like order, strength, and magnitude of like economies, power, how much in goods that we trade, how much in resources that we trade. And so right now I say that's the positive news. Massive wave of Democrats, the projection of we haven't seen this in like 70 plus years. The projected wave of GOP losing 28 House seats and then a massive blue wave of candidates coming into Congress into the midterm. So this year, 2026. So Trump, his power, Trump is evil. It's probably going to be like 17 months. 17 months of actual evil, cruel stuff from criminal prison. And then once we take back the House and the Congress with this massive blue wave, then we can start enacting justice and really tamper down this criminal regime, this executive branch that's abusing their power. And people are wondering, in 1911 and in 1912, more racist white Americans killed thousands of black Americans in acts of terror. That is probably one of the top 10 lowest times in America. The other second most lowest time in America probably has to be the American Civil War. So right now in America, no offense to two white Americans being shot killed, but every year police kill like 1,000 innocent black Americans, roughly about 1,100. So the police in America kill about 1,100 innocent black Americans, and other white Americans don't give a shit. So I don't give a shit about two white Americans dying by ICE, because until I see other Americans give a shit about like the 1,100 innocent black Americans that are being murdered by racist police, would I ever give two shits about two random white people dying by cops? Right? And the rest of the world wants black American soldier bodies to die for their cause, until I see them give two shits about our black American innocent civilians being killed. Would I ever give two shits about some other nation? So in America, Descendants of the Klan, right? The number one terrorist organization in the world is the KKK and their offspring. They're neo-Confederates. They're white nationalist fascists. For 400 years in America, we've seen racial violence of white people murdering innocent black people. So until I see other cultures or other races or other people outside America give a shit about black American bodies that have sacrificed black Americans, innocent black Americans that have died fighting for democracy and freedom in the United States, until I see other motherfuckers give a shit about my people, I don't give a shit about their people. That's quite fair. Because other nations and other people want black American soldiers to die for their cause. Well, I better see some sort of fucking recognition of the suffering of my people. Right? Has anyone ever recognized, right, the innocence of young black children being murdered by white Americans? Right? So in America, I remind people that right now, this isn't really anything. There was an insurrection back in 1880s after the Civil War. where a bunch of white people, racist white people, took guns and overthrew the South Carolina government. It's the state, the whole state of South Carolina had black leadership. There were black Republican congressmen, and a whole bunch of white people with guns and power committed acts of terrorism, and then murdered a whole bunch of black delegates and representatives, and overthrew in an act of insurrection, literally, in South Carolina. And you have multiple racial acts of terrorism, white terror. You have white terrorists committing acts of racial terrorism, murdering my peoples. And the worst of it was in 1911 and 1913. White people will destroy a dam and flood a town, and that damage will destroy their homes, and people will drown. And as they're swimming away, they're being gunned down by white people. People kind of heard about the Tulsa Race Massacre, but they don't quite understand. The Tulsa Race Massacre was more like it was a Tulsa race. It was more like a Tulsa terrorism. A bunch of white people, cops with guns, white people with guns, militia, white militiamen with guns, white Klansmen with guns, and they walked through an all-black city, and they burned down the city, raped the children, raped the women, and then openly were walking and using their guns and just murdering hundreds of black people. Right. So until I see like a remembrance from some other non-Americans to like the suffering of my people, I don't give a shit about some other fucking nation. And then it wasn't until the sacrifice of black American bodies marching for freedom, protesting for freedom, do we finally finally attained some semblance of equality. With we have people, a lot of people don't even know what Dred Scott is. A lot of people don't know what Dred Scott is. The Dred Scott decision was in the United States the most key pivotal point in American history. Some people don't even know of Pleaky versus Ferguson, United States ruling. People don't even know about the Civil War in the United States, like the actual cause of Civil War. The actual cause of Civil War was it was all about slavery. And the reason, the key point of slavery was Southern Confederate states wanted slave bodies for free labor to generate income. And the North was like, the country was fracturing in two. The whole Confederacy, their memorandum, their Federation Declaration, this Confederacy almost like it was the leader of the Confederacy wrote this kind of Confederate memorandum. It's not quite a constitution. It's their Confederacy, like their rules they were going for. The key point was they never wanted a black man to be equal to a white person, and they wanted to basically keep slaves. So those two key points were in this Confederacy, memorandum or whatever, and it was fracturing the nation. So the Union North was like, hey, like you can't just force children and people into continual forced labor into slavery. Like, it's just wrong. So that any freed slave that made it to a Union state was then free. And for the Confederate states, in their laws, other racist states they were controlling, these gray states, right? If you think of like Union states as blue states, and then the gray states were the Confederate states, they, in their shitty racist laws, no black person will ever be able to like vote, have any kind of, there's nothing you can do. There's just racist laws to empower white people and disenfranchise anyone that's enslaved or black people or people of color. And it allows them to keep slaves so that you generate free income. So like all the all the sugar plantations, all the tobacco plantations, all the fruit plantations, all the wheat plantations, all this produce power, generation of cotton, of course, into clothing, textiles. All that power was on the backs of 4.4 million enslaved Africans. When the Civil War ended, and there's a huge, for those years the Civil War happened, right, and the loss of some 650,000 Americans that died in the Civil War. Those years that it happened, there was so many acts of heroism. freed black people, enslaved black people, getting onto trains and just traveling north as quick as they can. Because the moment they can get to the blue Union state line, they're free. So even just the the escapability, just even the motivation to escape the concentration camps in these gray states of the Confederacy was so powerful, right? It's you and your family members learn that the moment you cross into a blue state line of the Union, you're free. So you're gonna do everything in your power to get to freedom. And then guess what happened also on top of that? The mass exodus, the mass kind of escape of the Great Escape of, we're talking hundreds of thousands of enslaved Africans and freed black people. Even once the Civil War ended, we're going to time jump up, even when the Civil War ended, there was 4.4 million formerly enslaved Africans on American soil that then became black Americans. That is a massive labor force. You can even just comprehend, 1860s in America, even prior to that, 1850s in America, right? If you have 4.4 million enslaved workers generating, well, I take that back. Of the 4.4 million enslaved Africans, let's say like a million of them, right, are in the workforce. I'll take another percentage cut because if there's 4.4 million enslaved Africans, a percentage of them are old, a percentage of them are young, a percentage of them are just kids. But they forced white raised Americans forced 5-year-old, 7-year-old kids to work 12 hours a day, right? So there's that. So really, of the 4.4 million enslaved Africans, it might have been 2.5 million were forced into work in slavery. So these great Confederate states were generating so much power and income from forcing Africans to work to produce sugarcane to create candy and alcohol and rum, to produce textiles like cotton to create clothing, tobacco to create more jugs from that, fruit farms, of course, producing massive produce, and then working, make agribusiness, running cows, running pigs, massive farms. Massive farms, massive concentration camps that forced, millions upon millions, well, probably 2.5 million to 4.4 million of those that were enslaved to work and generate income. And then twofold happened in the Civil War. As 100,000 people fled gray states to the north to freedom, they then joined the Union to pick up a gun to then liberate their people. And so it just amplified the ramification of the fall of the Confederacy, which was, of course, a good thing. So you have these Confederate gray suit asshats, right, with all their violence, and then they escaped. Black Americans, they escaped enslaved Africans to the north, pick up a gun, train, get the uniform, and they fought in the Civil War, and then liberated their peoples. And there's a great moment that was recorded between General Grant when he finally got to South Carolina to destroy the last of the Confederate kind of fortresses. There was a line of freed, enslaved, Black Americans, freed, enslaved African Americans that had farm equipment, that like cattle and pigs, and it was a train, not a train, but it was like a caravan of, just freed. And they were the enslaved Africans that were the last held as like an item. And General Grant, these disheveled, defeated Confederate soldiers in their gray uniforms that didn't sleep for weeks, didn't eat for weeks, didn't shower for weeks, they were stuck in their fortress when they finally fell. They were still so disassociated that they saw their cattle and equipment and slaves walking with Union soldiers to the north, and they thought those were still their possessions. They were so ingrained with their hate. Like Grant and his officers were recorded, stopping, scolding, and then of course arresting. Because people need to understand when the combat kind of ended, it was more like a shake hand gentleman bullshit. I need to say, Americans in gray coats, Americans in blue coats, when they clashed and shot and murdered each other, the racist Confederates and the pro-democracy Union soldiers in the North, they still wanted to shake hands and try to have some sort of peace, because they knew that it could just keep spiraling out of control, conflict, constant killing of each other. So even when Civil War was conceded and Lee surrendered, you have racist white soldiers in the gray uniforms, and then they saw their free labor marching off to freedom, and they were just losing their minds, literally getting pissed. They were trying to say like those are their items, those are their goods, and then granted, obviously they reminded like those are freed people, those are not your items, those are not your goods, and just even those moments like that show the sick mentality of the racist white Americans even during that time. And then they vent their hate and their frustration during the Jim Crow era, as they call it. But essentially, it's just the succession years after the end of the Civil War. And also to clarify to people that like Lincoln was a racist too. He never wanted black soldiers to serve in the military. He was worried about the morale of his soldiers. He was just for Abraham Lincoln, it was just him holding on to power and Union. He understood that he still had his own racist and prejudice, thinking that black people were inferior when we are smarter, faster than anyone else on the planet. And he was still so racist that he didn't want any of his regiments to mix. So that started the first of the segregation. So people want to say, if you ask somebody when was the start of actual segregation, it's right there during the Civil War. Because even when there were freed black men and freed black women in America, they could still work jobs. They could still be a teacher, go be a cook or whatever, right? Have their own jobs, be lawyers, right? In northern states. But the real racism was like, here's a civil war, here's a battle of the Union States versus these gray Confederate states, it's clashing, and instead of coming together, racist Abraham Lincoln still kept the units segregated because he feared of just inter-race mixing. He was still racist and evil as Abraham Lincoln. And some scholars talk about, they think that the Union was losing, and because they were losing the war, they then opened up the recruitment to the black American soldiers that wanted to fight. And so for a long time, Lincoln and his racist officers didn't want to allow black soldiers to become officers within their ranks, and didn't even want to have black soldiers. And people were kind of wondering, like, why are allies just it was still racist white Americans? You know, still Union soldiers in the North that are racist. They still shook hands like Confederate racists at the end of the Civil War, and you still had, some racial tension, but not so much segregation. And segregation was predominantly in the South. So even in the North, you can still have public high schools, have mixed group of kids. You can still have, but ultimately, I would say private schools and a lot of Southern schools with their racism. The segregation you saw then was of the 20th century. By the 19th century, it starts with like that apex moment in American history where you had Union states, Confederates, Union soldiers, Republic, Constitutional Republic versus the Confederacy, battling it out at this moment. That literally is the soul of the nation, crashing, 650,000 American soldiers dead, and it racist Abraham Lincoln still keeping the military separated and segregated instead of integrating at that time. And then what you'll see now is the rise of the KKK happened in the late, almost like 1890s. Some people say it was like 1878, but it was really after more memorials were made, after Memorial Day was created by black American soldiers and some Christian priests that were white, and some white Christian priests and white Protestant Christians, and even some white Catholics, I think, but mainly black American soldiers, black American families were doing a memorial for the service for years on end after the Civil War. And it wasn't until like 28 years after the end of the Civil War, so really into the 1890s, that Memorial Day then became a federal holiday. After the President of the United States learned, like, oh dang, in the Carolinas, Christian priests and some Catholics and black American families, black American soldiers would do this parade every year to honor Civil War soldiers that sacrificed themselves to fight for freedom and sacrificed themselves to fight for democracy. and to free 4.4 million enslaved Africans out of Confederate states. And stop the concentration camps in the South, and stop this horrendous white nationalist fascism that it was, which was the Confederacy, white nationalist fascist codes. And then in the 1890s, you see the rise of the KKK. So right now you see is the offspring of the KKK now, remnants of it. But it occurs in the 19th century during the 1890s with the rise of these clans, wearing white hoods. First they wore, I think, sacks of food. So it was like potato sacks or grain sacks, and then eventually it went from looking like scarecrows, right, just like random potato bags over their head, and then they started organizing these clans and to commit white racist terrorism onto people of color in America in the 1890s. They would just if they found out a black family was in a city, they would gather thousands of them, or thousands of white soldiers would gather, put on potato sacks or white cloths on their head, look like scarecrows, and they would run around. They would find a black family, and they'd murder the whole family, mainly by hanging. So they'd murder a whole family, and it would scare, commit white racial terrorism in the 1890s, and then it would scare the other black families from them not living in that city. And you would see that those in towns and cities across the South. They take a black boy and hang him, and they make it a spectacle. They have like thousands of racist white people, thousands of racist white kids, and they take pictures because they hung some innocent black boy. And it was to inflict terrorism onto the communities of black Americans. And then it forced black Americans to pick up their stuff and go to another town and go to another city to live because they realized, hey, this city's dangerous. And then it just exploded. After World War II, even kind of before World War II, that 1910, 1911, 1913 kind of phase and areas in time where these white acts of terrorism from racist white Americans were just amplified. Amplified in the sense that there was, I think, 56 plus massacres, of racial terrorism from white Americans onto black Americans during that 3-year period. And they called it I think it's also dubbed like the Bloody Massacres or something like that. It's another nickname, but for historians, I think it's lost its wood over time. Some people think called like the Red Massacres or the Bloody Massacres, and horrendous stuff. Like I said, leading up to the Tulsa Race Massacre, which was an act of racial white terrorism. They murdered thousands of black Americans and destroyed hundreds of businesses, and wounded thousands more as they fled Tulsa, Oklahoma. And then what you see now is even then, you see another wave of, if you can imagine, 1959 after World War II, still a segregated, racist America. So women can't get bank accounts. Black people still aren't allowed to eat in certain restaurants. Still aren't allowed to either have to build their own property or try and only live in like black only cities, non-sundown towns, and then systemic racist laws that were unconstitutional separating Americans. And leading into the 1960s, subsequently, about 12 to 14 years after the end of World War II, 14 years, right? So like right now, Americans that are dumb are only looking at 1 year of Trump, 2025, basically February 2025 to February 2026, 1 year of Trump, versus it took 14 years after the end of World War II, 1945 till 1969, 14 years later, to try and 14 years of protests and change to finally have the Civil Rights Act, right? To finally have the VRA, the Voting Rights Act. So So the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act took 14 years. And so even right now, people are short-sighted. They're short-sighted because they're like, look at this year. I'm like, bro, this year ain't shit. In the grand scheme of 400 years of horrible shit, right? This 1 year in America is like, it's like nothing. It's like pennies to a dollar of totality of drama, of pressure, of trauma. It really is pennies to the dollar of the actual trauma or masters of change. You know, we have a criminal president that's an idiot, and we also have criminal cabinet members of federal's GOP Red Hat administration committing crimes. So justice will come in due time too. The courts will get to them shortly on the grand scheme of the time frame. But people are short-sighted because, like, you know, they're not even looking at how long it actually takes to create change. Now, just think of it as 1865, the end of the Civil War, and then 100 years later, till 1969, we finally have like the VRA and the Civil Rights Act. With the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act, finally women can vote. People of color, Black Americans can vote. Other people of color can vote. Women in the 70s can finally get a bank account, have some agency, take control of their lives. A more rise in feminism. Feminism is a good thing. Feminism is there. Feminism is there to battle against sexist, misogynistic Americans to finally treat them equally. Feminism would not exist if there was already fucking equality. You know, so ladies, in the future, if you watch this video, just ask your man, what does feminism mean to them? And their answer better fucking be so that women can finally be treated equal. Ladies, if your man does not understand or comprehend, if you give him the simple question, hey, what does feminism mean to you, hubby or boo or whatever, right? Ask your boyfriend or fiance or husband, what does feminism mean to you? If they do not answer, feminism means fighting for women's equality. If they don't give an answer close to that, right, then either they need to be willing to learn or you're with the wrong man. Because I would like to have a future where finally, you know, my future kids and their grandkids, if I have a daughter or granddaughters in the future, finally we could put the misogyny away. Hope it doesn't exist. Because we have educated enough humans that are just hateful. But as a proponent of you're only as good as the tools that you're taught. But yeah. We have it's 2:40 in the morning. 3-hour stream. But we're gonna do a lot of good. Just gives time. I think just a lot of people are short-sighted. They can't think of. They don't know how to navigate through the forest. They can't see beyond their own 2 feet. I think there's gonna come a time. Or I've said this before and I'll say this again. People are difficult. The world is easy. And it always tends to ring true. What do people want in the world? Well, people make some difficulties. They're holding on to. Also goes back to they're only as good as the tools that they're taught. So they're usually taught hate and they pass on hate, continuation of hate, perpetuate hate. Versus if their tutelage was better, if their education was better, if they were fully learned, then they automatically become pro-democracy and pro-equality, and they automatically become feminists when they're educated. Because you're fighting, you're seeing all the trauma and pressures and hate. So when you're only as good at the tools that you're taught. If your tools is shit, if you don't have the right education, if you're not educated well, if your education you received is whitewashed, you're going to continue to perpetuate and pass on hate. And then once a person is fully learned, fully developed, they see everything and they're like, damn. One, democracy is the way. Two, democratic socialist is the way. And socialism is pretty to the T, end on end, damn near perfect. So democratic socialists are the future. We're all about DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, or Democratic Socialists. We're all about building more homes, building more houses, making houses more affordable. So there's the rat race, and the scam is the price of a home. A house in Kansas costs $144,000. A house in California costs $900,000. Well, it's always been a scam because if your state governments build you your home, the price of home goes down, and then it makes everyone affordable. In order to reduce crime, you have to house people. Everywhere we've seen in America over the past 70 years, if you house people, you give them a home, it has this drastic decline in crime. Straight up. Yeah. And so there's a food scarcity, which creates pressure, which creates crime. There's a housing scarcity that creates pressure and creates crime. Creates also inequality, which then creates conflict. And so your state governments and city governments, when they build hospitals, build clinics, and build homes or build affordable housing or house people, you see a drastic reduction in crime and a drastic reduction, of course, in poverty. Because when someone has a shelter to sit in, has a house to sit in, has a home they can go to for a family or a single person, they can get back in the workforce, they get back on their own 2 feet, and it helps a lot. And so Democratic Socialist America, DSA, we want to reduce the cost of housing. We want to have the state and federal government and state governments build more homes and then draw down the price of homes. The price of home in itself is the scam. Housing should be a human right. Food should be a human right. Your state and federal governments can produce and generate their own clinics, farms, medicine. So we've seen it. So for DSA, for Democratic Socialist America, universal healthcare is the way. There's 3 parts. There's the buyer, which is you, spending money. There's the middleman or middle insurance in the medical field, and then there's the product. I see they're produced or manufactured by someone else. So there's always 3 separate steps, and those 3 steps, you're getting screwed over because the middle person, the insurance, is jacking the prices, or the individual private owner that's producing or manufacturing drugs jacks up the prices. So it goes from like 3 people, and it's like you with your money, middle insurance is racking up, and the private equity firm or just the private medical person racks the price, and then it draws up the price, and you're paying exorbitant prices for medicine. So like an inhaler in Cuba costs like $3 or $5, but an inhaler in the United States costs $50 to $80. There's your 800% increase in corruption. We can save in the United States some $486 billion a year on medical expenses if we have universal health care. That is, to explain to people, if I was like the future California governor, future president of the United States, that is basically like saving the United States. That is like putting $500 billion back into the pockets of Americans. You know how motivating that is? I think when you sit down and educate and explain to people, the power of the pen, then they realize, oh damn, DSA, Democratic Socialist America, they're the way. Democratic Socialists are the way. And if I'm future governor of California, if I'm future president of the United States, it's like, by having universal health care, we will literally put $486 billion right now on average, money back into the pockets of Americans, because that's how much Americans are losing to the corruption of the private medical industry that jacks up prices by 800%. And that's only sometimes. There are some drugs the prices are jacked up like 4,000, 5,000%. No joke. That's how bad the corruption is. Don't get me wrong, there are some drugs that are the price is only jacked up 350%, but that doesn't help anybody. We have drugs that the prices are, on average, in America, you're paying 800% more for the same generic drug that could be saving your family or your loved one. So I think to most Americans, 99.9999% of Americans would agree that, I mean, I'm just spitting facts. If I was future governor of California or future president of the United States, it'd be nice to have, $486 billion back into the everyday pockets of Americans. They could do a lot of good, right? They could legitimately, blue collar Americans, $486 billion back into their pockets because universal health care will allow them to have more buying power. They can then afford their homes. They can then build up their farms. We can then transform American farming into the future. And American farming in the future allows us to feed our nation and generate wealth and economies for American families. So there's a lot of things. If I'm the future governor of the state of California, we rebuild our farms and our schools. Our teachers and the families of students are my priority. And the farmers in California are my priority. Those three groups. The next wave of teenagers that have become voters is my priority. The families of those teenagers in American education system is my priority. And farmers in California are my priority because they're my people. Because I'm also mixed. African American, Native American, Latino, Spanish, and broadly European. I'm 40% black, 20% Native American, 20% Spanish, and 20% broadly European. It's just like 20% white, or however you want to look at it. So of my people include Black Americans because I'm part Black. My people include Native Americans because I'm Native American. My people include Latinos because I'm Latino. And my people include white people because I'm 20% white. So my white farmers, my black farmers, my Latino farmers are suffering in California. They could use the state government extra funds to have better waterways, have better agri-science, have more vertical farming, have like extra tax write-offs to build better greenhouses and like weatherproof their farms. When you prioritize your farmers, you get a massive voting block because when storms come through, they destroy their economies. Massive flooding, earthquakes, right? Fires, right? They need help to have, fireproof farms, earthquake-proof farms, storm-proof farms. We can design that. We can build that. Same thing in California. We can have the state government of California, from the future government of California, build and design storm-proof cities, earthquake-proof cities. It increases the value of your homes themselves and the reassurance that we have the technology to design an earthquake-proof home or storm-proof home. It is the ultimate comfort, understanding that when you design buildings to be earthquake-proof or storm-proof or fire-proof, all these machinations that make it safe would be, even in the face of a disaster, they get to keep their homes, their values, their livelihood, their assets. If I'm the governor of California, I'll design and build free public transportation, free universal health care, and a mechanism in place to allow the state government of California, the most powerful economy in the entire world, to start building homes for Americans. So I designed my own kind of written policy idea where for every state government worker, for every year they commit and work. So if they work 10 years, they'll get almost like 2 years credit off of their building that they design. So I'll explain it again. If I have 30,000 new workers in my state governance, or if I have 60,000 new workers in state governance, whatever the case is, I have 180,000 state workers work for the state of California. They work 10 years. They'll get this like 20-year credit. This 20-year credit system will allow them to then have their home basically almost like written off from 20 years. Make more sense? So they commit 10 years working for every year. Let's say they only work 6 years. Then they get 12 of these kind of credited years. 12 credited years will allow them to take off basically 12, it allows them to subtract 12 mortgage payments off a future home that we would build and design. So if a person, right, only works 2 years for my future state government, then they'll get 4 years of essentially like a tax credit towards their house. So if you build a house, let's say I'll just be like individual A works for my state government. They work 4 years. They would get 8-year, it's almost like this tax credit. This 8-year tax credit would only apply to, of course, new homes. But we would build and design their home. They'd probably take on a home loan of 15 years or 30 years or something like that, right? We would then subtract the 8 years that they don't have to pay mortgage on their home. So if someone commits 10 years working for my state government, create a new policy in place, they'll gain 20 years of tax credit. So if they take on a they would get up to 20 years of subtracted or negative mortgage payments onto their home as designed. But at the same time, let's say they take on a 30-year mortgage, they work 10 years, they get negative 20 years of a tax credit onto their home they just built. So they would have a massive, like the state of California, right? Let's say a house does cost $900,000. We would subtract $600,000 of payments they don't have to pay, and then the house becomes affordable, and now they only have to pay $300,000 because they committed 10 years of work under my policy, my new law, right? If I'm governor of California, they would have a 30-year loan. 30-year loan is just the 100% rate of the $900,000 home, and then we would take off 60%, about $600,000, and then their home payment is only 10 years at $300,000. Hopefully that math makes sense for future people that watch this video. See what I'm saying? And then it's prorated the same. Every year that you would work in my government, you get 2 years, almost like a mortgage tax credit towards your home that was built. Yeah, and the reason that's a thing and it could work is because it works like this. When a state government builds en masse homes and condos and apartments, when a state government with all their power, hundreds of billions of dollars, right, and budget, when they have all that power, when you do it en masse, in massive quantity, it draws down the price to build those same homes. And so a state government can build a home for cheap. Now, check this out. If you are an individual private capitalist kind of like person, I'll just give some random example. Let's say you live in Texas and you spend, I don't know, $30 million to create your own house building company. It would just cost you more money because everything is coming out of your own LLC or your own company you're trying to generate. So for them, it's like just even the cost of goods, even just the cost of operations, it's just so heavy for a private person to even get into building homes. But versus when a state government already has hundreds of billions of dollars, it's automatically almost subsidized. It's automatically almost driven down because of just the access to quality resources. The state government can create the pipeline at every step of the level and disregard private. So state government can generate its own wood, the state government can generate its own electrician, the state government can generate its own manufacturing, fabrication, which then draws down the cost of building homes. And that's how it should be. That's how it should always be, straight up. But the city, right? Cities within a state are still at the whims. They're still at the whims of the economy. But it's completely different. State government, right? When they gather their own wood, turn it into timber, when we create our own concrete at the state level, the prime example of this is medicine. When state governments create their own generic medicine prices, it is far lower because they get to control the price, and it's always at an affordable price because you're doing it for the people. So it's the same thing when it comes to construction of homes. The bottleneck and conflict is Americans can't afford homes, can't get into homes, well, then it's up to each respective state government and the federal government to build a ton of homes to draw down the price to make it affordable. And if people are wondering why in their city or area in America, why their home prices are so much, because of private equity. So it's private investors, private buyers, private companies, private LLCs that are buying up millions and millions of homes, 100,000 homes. You have an example of like one dude in America who owns like 48,000 different family units. Like one person that controls 48,000 family units can control a market within that state. You know, and you have private equity buying up hundreds of thousands of homes and millions of homes. They get to dictate and control trailer parks. They get to dictate and control home prices because it's too much private control. But the moment you have state governments, right, build homes and give them to the people or build homes, it draws down the price of homes because the biggest scam in the entire world, the biggest scam around the entire world is the cost to build a home and the cost of a home. It's the biggest scam in humanity. Here's a prime example: China. China has tens of millions of homes that are empty. They built so many that the price of the homes are just how do you describe it? It's descending. You know, so you had this pandemic. They probably lost negative 170 million people. They lost in terms of 8 years, negative 255 million people. But in the same 7-year time frame they lost 255 million people, they gained. It's going to be probably 70 million newborns, so that are 1-year-olds to 7-year-olds, and then the next crop of 20-year-olds became 27, and the next crop of 27-year-olds became 35-year-olds. So you need to take the fact that even though they lost 255 million Chinese in the 7-year period of the pandemic, the next workforce came right into that same position. So, like I said, the 27-year-olds became 35-year-olds, and the 20-year-olds became 27-year-olds. So they then just shift up the workforce. So that's about 140 million people added on top, or 100. The prospect of 140 million people, give or take, because it could be. Sometimes their birth year was 90 million to 11 million was births each year. So, you could have 77 million people technically, if you wanted a better number, or like maybe even a better estimate would probably be 78 million people that were then added to the workforce over a 7-year gap, with 10 million new births on average, up to even 11 million new births on average in China. So there was almost 255 million people. Subtract that might have died, but at the same time due to COVID, and then you have the influx of another 70,000 joining the workforce, coupled with an older management workforce kind of flowing in. So then you could take 140,000, subtract it from 255,000, and you're at about 110 million people missing on a low end estimate. And of the 110 million people that are missing, they had 1.3 billion. They were going to go to 1.4 billion. And so if they were already at 1.5 billion, then the population of China dropped to 1.4 billion. And if their population was only at 1.4 billion, they lost 110 million. So they're probably at 1.3 billion people in China. And then on top of that, in China, because if they're missing 110 million people due to the pandemic, like a contraction in the workforce or labor force, then that's why you saw the complete housing finance collapse. They lost somewhere between 34 to 37%. Their economy was destroyed, but it was stuck in the housing. But understand there's another wave of workforce coming in. So it was almost temporary. So think of it as the 255 million people that died due to the pandemic the past 7 years. That was the upwards momentum of 34, 37% of their economy just kind of shutters, sinks. And then year over year, past 7 years, like I said, the 20-year-olds then became 27-year-olds. The 10-year-olds become 17-year-olds, right? So that successive wave, the 28-year-olds become 35-year-olds. That successive wave just shifts along another workforce of almost 77 to 80 million new workers. And then couple that with, if it's going to be, if they've only lost 110 million people, there's a small contraction of the population. China probably went from 1.5 billion to 1.4 billion, or they went from 1.4 billion to 1.3 billion. And so for China, the average person, every 100 people are going to look around, and they're probably not going to see too much of a difference because they don't travel across their giant nation. It takes like, it would take, I think to go from one end to the other side of China, from end to end, I think it takes like 17 hours or something like that by train. And you can get long distances in 4 hours or 6 hours, but it's so massive that it's even hard for them to communicate. And then they have suppressed information inside their governance. People don't even see that stuff that's happening within China in their own nation. And then, so you have this hiccup, tragedy, pandemic. By the numbers, they've lost 110 million people. Low end estimate, because it could be higher. And then you see that contraction in the workforce and the economy, where it's people gone, or people that have passed away due to the SARS coronavirus too. And then people have also died from the flu too, and other, like RSV and other viruses also. And then there's this workforce right behind it. So the dip, people gone, economy took a hit, and then this next wave of workforce, pushing the economy up because they're all becoming adults and they join the workforce. They take those same positions, but there's no immediate like money to spend, So it's, even if they were poor when they were 11-year-old, right, didn't have any money, then by the time they're 18, they join the workforce, they're still poor. If they were poor when they were 19 and they get to about 7 years, or let's say they were 18, 7 years go by, right, during the pandemic, they're probably still poor when they're 25. They just slowly start saving up money, slowly helping their family members in China. So now the real buying power in China is people that are from 28 to 35, because by that time they should have saved up money, or just they have like better jobs, or they're much more the manager class within China. And then because between the age of 28 to 35 in China, your workforce, you're going to be running a restaurant or doing more either managing a shop, managing some wares, managing a farm, might be a manager in a business, might manager in retail, whatever it is. But usually that age group, right, is the next wave of manager class. And then anyone that's like 18 to 25 is like the labor force. That 7-year, 8-year gap is the labor force. People working jobs, the entry-level job, right? And then once you've done an entry-level job long enough, you then become a manager. And then by the time you're 35 to 42, you usually get out of being a manager, managing a farm, managing a shop, managing goods, managing a farm, managing a tech company, managing a medical facility. Usually you get out of that, right, by the time you're 42, 43. You're probably busy with the family. You're probably doing less labor and more administrative stuff, whatever your career field is. And then you see that shift. Then again, don't get me wrong, you still be in economic constraints. But all of that is successfully happening now in China, where there's the massive population gone, 110 million people gone, banks taking on debt, a flattening effect of their economy. It's not growing in value. It's just a pushing along of new poor people join the workforce, but they don't have any spending money. So that creates a flattening effect for our economy. And then other countries in the world have the total opposite. They already have a nice population. They're already educated, but the corruption is so high that every asset or institution only empowers that dictatorship. So, for example, Xi Jinping, the dictator in China, him and his family, they're the ones buying up the oil from Venezuela. So it wasn't like Xi was running. See, it's not altruistic. So if you're working and you were already poor and you're just working for 7 years, from 18 to 25 or 25 to 32, you don't have any money. It's still just a flattening effect. You know, you're not gaining any wealth, you're not building any assets, and you really can't because you look around your country and your roads are underdeveloped in China, and you know schools are failing. Police can't get paid, teachers can't get paid, mechanics can't get paid, janitors can't get paid. So all of these machinations in China are failing. So then even just your value of your own currency is weakening. You know, construction workers not getting paid, so like new homes aren't getting built, repairs on buildings are happening. They have a lot of tofu, they call it tofu dredge, like just falling apart buildings, bridges collapsing, apartments collapsing, and like I said, and then revenge on society. So people in China being fired, not getting paid after 4 months or 6 months, they start burning down their own factory. So you see a collapsing of a dictatorship, you see a weakening of their economy, you see a flattening effect of their currency, because it's just poor people joining the workforce, and poor people working over years, just surviving. It's just a flattening effect of the economy. If the poor in China were able to successfully save money, or the poor in China were successfully able to build their see the benefits of like better roads, better schools, teachers getting paid, cops getting paid, firefighters getting paid, then you would see a successful economy grow. But it's not, because then remember, like I just said, it's a flattening effect. If your firefighters, if your school teachers, if your doctors, your nurses are not getting paid for like 6 months, there's no spending power. That's the flattening effect in China's economy. It's extremely scary. Really corrupt, weird stuff. Basically, because too much of the bank assets and state assets were in the housing market, when it dipped, it contracted, or they lost some 34 to 37% of their entire economy. People are living in homes that they can't afford to pay for. There's in China, people are living in half-built, pre-built cement structures that have no windows. We're talking hundreds of thousands of people in China. They're living in like unbuilt homes, like half-built homes, because when that collapse happened in the housing market, it was the contraction and the loss of 110 million people that died in the pandemic. So then they took on all that debt, couldn't pay off the homes, couldn't pay the construction companies, because those people are gone. They're physically gone. So there was no money to pay for the completion of those homes. And then you have hundreds of thousands of shops shutting down in China because there's no customers. 110 million people are missing. Buying power gone. So you have, again, the flattening effect of their economy. Poor people that were poor for so many years, barely getting by, aren't seeing anything happen with their own currency to give them freedom. And then cops, teachers, firefighters, janitors, school workers, construction people not getting paid for like 6 months or 4 months or 6 months, just time going by. It's a flattening effect. Working, but not getting paid, and then they don't have any spending power, stunts an economy in China. Extremely dangerous. And then you see a collapsing of a dictator, and Xi firing generals, consolidating power, arresting rival family members, and all that. All the hallmarks of a panicking dictator, clinging to power. Because the corruption was so bad in China, it starts, of course, with Xi himself. Xi Jinping, the corruption starts with him. His family are the ones gaining wealthy off of the oil from Venezuela. It wasn't oil that helped the average Chinese person. It wasn't oil and resources and black gold that helped the Chinese government. No, they're just enriched the Xi family, the Xi faction, their wealth. So that's a lot of what you see in China. The corruption at every facet. The corruption was so bad in China that the very military themselves didn't like even budge budget the money to build proper missiles. The Chinese government themselves were so corrupt that instead of military contracts to like procure resources like to build missiles, they had fake missiles. So the various former missile commanders over the decades would find a way to money launder the military funds, into their own clans and families, and they didn't properly build their vehicles or missiles or tanks and stuff like that. And so when you see the Chinese military that corrupt, you already know that every walk of life, like the police force corrupt, the teachers are corrupt, local businesses. If the highest level of the government and the highest level of the military are that corrupt, that means every other lower end state thing, municipality, is even more corrupt. It's just like, check out the corruption in China is so bad that there was a faction of retired military personnel living on a compound near Beijing. Think of it as like the Beijing government, the PRC, built homes for the retired military officers just 2 years ago in 2024, because it's a one-party system. They just evicted a whole bunch of retired officers who had their military retirement homes, near the capital. They just moved them out the way. And they procured their homes and then evicted them and kicked them out. These were prior, Chinese war veterans, right? They're older, right? They're in the 60s and 70s. These were, and when you see their home, it looks like a Beijing, almost like a rich officer home. It's like nice stone, trees, everything's. When you see their neighborhoods, and then you saw mass exodus of families because the civilian wives and civilian kids of the veteran soldiers that were older, so they thought that their home was secure, but they're in such a corrupt system that Xi Jinping and his faction, his governance, the PRC just came and were like, well, we kind of want this. So they just took the land, took their homes, and they kicked them all out. Like, so to answer any future questions of people, if people are thinking in the future when they see this video, why the 5 different theater command generals, why only 2 of them swore fealty to Xi and the other 3 didn't, is because one is Hunanese descent and not Han descent. One is of the Wu people, who's a different religion and language, and one is Cantonese and speaks Cantonese, of Canton descent, speak a different language. So 2 the handpicked generals, the Central Theater Command, Northern Command. The Northern Commander General is protecting Xi's escape route to Russia. The Central Theater Command General protects the capital Beijing, which is his handpicked general to control those armies to protect him and his family. But the other generals, the Western Commander, the Eastern Commander, and the Southern Commander, are 3 different generals with 3 different languages, 3 different backgrounds, and they control massive group armies. Theater Command Generals have massive group armies underneath all 3 of them. So China's really split into like 5 military regions. There are 8 to 11 red nobility families, and they have not responded, and they basically sat in silence, and they have not given any kind of loyalty or decree towards Xi. And like I said, those regions are massive. The general in the west leads the Hunanese people, and he can amass easily 10 million soldiers. And the general that's in what would be called the Southern Canton Kingdom can amass another 10 million soldiers. So China could theoretically split into 4 parts, where the Central Theater Command General and the Northern Theater Command General is already a part of Xi's faction, his hand-picked general. That might become one region. There's the west, there's the east, and there's the south. So China might split into 1, 2, 3, 4 regions, or 4 separate countries if a civil war in China breaks out. And the reason there might be a civil war is because the youth unemployment has already hit like 24% in China. anytime a youth unemployment gets above 18%, it'll usually trigger like a revolution, usually, from what we've seen over the past 100 years. But that's all brought upon themselves. Like I said, it's a one-party system. This Xi is a dictator, so control's crumbling, and he's lashing out, by arresting and removing generals and arresting and removing soldiers and officers by the thousands. So he's definitely panicking, and it looks like he has his two generals consolidate their power around the capital to like protect him and his family. And it also looks like the current military commander, Zhang Yuxia, is being held as like a hostage piece. So think of it like all the PLA military was going to follow the command of the military chairman, who is the military leader of the entire PLA, is one person. His name is Zhang Yuxia. He's one of the last combat generals in China and Vietnam at the war. And he's right now essentially being held hostage by Trump. But, my bad, not by Trump, by Xi. My apologies. Xi Jinping and his faction are holding Zhang Jie, this general, essentially hostage on like fake made-up charges. And that's because when they convened their National Congress, they never showed any evidence or gave any proper explanation on what Zhang Jie, the current military leader and general of all of the PLA military, what was his crime to be arrested. And so, because this national convention, this national congress the gathering of the National Congress in China went by, and they didn't remove the two generals that are currently held hostage on fake charges, because they didn't remove them from their seats of power, and they can't do that. They'd have this they basically just do a vote to remove somebody and their position of power. It's like they still hold the title and position, but they didn't charge them at the National Congress, and they didn't remove these two generals from their position. And so the rest of the world, the rest of the political space looks at that as, oh dang, they're still holding on to power, and they're probably bargaining chips, right? If I was to theorize, if Xi feels like his dictatorship is collapsing, he needs hostages. So he took Zhang Jie and he took this other general as hostage to try to keep the other three armies back from starting the civil war. That's my assessment. I think the Zhang Jie, and the reason that is like confirmed, right? What solidifies my thesis, and what solidifies my theory, is because of the letter, this almost like death letter or final letter that Zhang Jie let become known to the public. And I completely understand what this former soldier did. As a soldier myself, what he did was he wrote essentially like a will, and he made sure that the media would see it and it would get out to the public in case he felt like he was going to die. So Zhang Jie is this general, and all he's doing is just a soldier. He's just a general. He's been a soldier his whole life. Became an officer, then became a general, but he's just in the soldier lifestyle. He's not a politician. He doesn't have any kind of underhand tactics. He just understood, hey, if I'm going to die, my last set of words need to ring true. So Zhang Jie has like this final letter, and in his final letter, he talks about the fact that his father and Xi, both of their fathers were best friends. But Xi Jinping grew up in like the political sphere, and then Zhang Jie grew up in like the military sphere. And even then, Zhang Jie he talks about the way he describes it in his final letter. He's definitely like a pro-democracy kind of guy, because he talked about when the Tiananmen Square massacre occurred. In this final letter, it's such a juxtaposed position, but it's his truth. He talks about, of course, he was deeply saddened, because this final letter from Zhang Jie is like, right now he's held two things. He's held as a hostage, where he's already killed or executed, but to me, I'm pretty sure he's held as a hostage on fake trumped up charges by the Xi faction. This final letter was like his last set of words, and And he talked about, in his final letter, he talked about he had the power to start a civil war, but he knew the pain of the Tiananmen Square massacre when all those civilians were murdered, all those kids were murdered, and roughly 22 or 23,000 children, or 23,000 college-age students were murdered by the Chinese military in 1989 in the Tiananmen Square massacre. So Zhang Shi was referencing that he had the power to start a civil war, and if he did, he was referencing that all this unnecessary suffering was going to happen. And it was, and that thought process, that means I already know he was an honorable, good guy, because he was just an officer in the ranks. He saw other generals commit those atrocities when they killed 20,000 students that were peacefully protesting. And I bet Zhang Shu had thought, I tell you right now, I bet Zhang Shu had thought, if I stay long enough in the military, I can reform it. Until he got to the top, became the general, became the military chairman, like leader and commander, right? Became the #1 military guy. And when he's finally sitting there, he saw this evil, corrupt mafia warlord in Xi Jinping. He was in this position of power, and in his final letter, he talked about he could start a civil war. He knew, there was going to be hundreds of thousands of people dying, and he didn't want to see his friends die that way. And so he didn't want to initiate a civil war, but he talked about it in his final letter. And he also talked about how he was trying to tell Xi the truth. If you invade Taiwan, you're also going to lose hundreds of thousands of people. And he was trying to tell Xi that they need more time, to essentially build up their military. But Xi didn't want to hear it. So for dictator Xi, in the final letter, because the final letter is Zhang Xi's his last sets of words he can get out to the world, he was the general who had a ton of power, but he just told the truth to Xi, like, if you invade Taiwan, they don't have the military equipment, they don't have the manpower, they don't have the technology to do it. They need like another 7 years. They need like 2035 to be ready to invade Taiwan. And for Xi, he just didn't want to hear it. So from Xi's perspective, he looked at it as, one, he's a dictator with a lot of power and control. He looked at it as his military leader was like undermining Xi himself. So then he makes up some fake charges to Xi and another general to like have them removed from the, I think it's the CPC? No, the Central Military Commission, the CMC, or it's the CMC, Central Military Commission, had them removed from their position of power, but they weren't technically removed. He just had trumped up fake charges to remove 2 generals from their position of power. But they're still right now, because their national Congress went by, they didn't vote to remove them from power. It just looks like they're being held hostage. And then some people read the letter and then have like the complete wrong interpretation of like what's happening inside China. It's just it's brutal. Like I said, two scenarios are probably going to occur: a Chinese revolution or a Chinese war to invade Taiwan. So in 2 scenarios. Inside China, youth population is at, the unemployed is at like, the youth unemployment is at like 24% or higher. So there's a lot of idle hands, and they're suffering because they don't have jobs. So it's like people need to eat, people need to generate some sort of money or income, and they're suffering. And then we see the pressure of a slow revolution inside China, with every single day factories being burned down because of the disgust and the flattening effect of their economy. 6 months or more, right? 6 months plus of like just not getting paid to be a teacher or a construction worker or a farmer or a police officer or a firefighter, just flattening of the economy, working and not getting paid. That's horrible. And then the flip side of that, the second part of like a slow revolution that's occurring in China is the creation, the start of a war where China will invade Taiwan when a dictator collapses and panics and fires a whole bunch of generals and consolidate power to the top, to his position, Xi Jinping. Most dictators start a war to keep a war going so that there is no voting during a war, and it keeps everyone's focus on the conflict. So we're seeing all of those hallmarks, all of those markers, all those red flags are going off. All the precursors to a war are starting, where we're seeing the massing of troops, the movement of equipment, the increase in joint training between China, North Korea, and Russia, and some with Iran, kind of. It's not really joint training with Iran, it's more just trading of goods. So China is sending, like I said, they've already sent some 17 plus air cargo lift, like massive transportation aircraft with missile supplies to Iran. So I don't know how many missiles can fit onto how much I take that back. Iran probably already created the missile shells themselves, but like the guts of the missiles were being transported from China. That's what people need to hopefully have a clear distinction, that Iran could have the manufacturing to build the hypersonic missiles and long range missiles, for which they have thousands of them. The estimates were there's about 150 drones, that the 150 missiles were sent during the 12-day war between Iran and Israel, all the latest intel that I've seen. But Iran probably has thousands of missiles stored up, because they have 23 or so hidden missile bases, and we only saw like 5 to 8 of them. So of the 5 to 8 missile bases that launch missiles, some of them are hidden so well they're incredibly hard to detect. It'll open. I mean, the area's not that big. It would be like 5 feet by 4 feet. 5 feet by 4 feet. A hole would open in the ground, and it would be the shaft of a missile silo from a missile base underground, and it would fire a long-range missile, and then the enclosure would close. So in the deserts of Iran and in the mountains of Iran, they have fake missile bases, decoy missile bases, and real hidden missile bases. And they have thousands upon thousands upon thousands of warheads. They And then when the 12-day war occurred, we only saw 150 drones and then 150 missiles. And then on top of that, of the 150 drones, the 150 missiles, Iran showcased that they were firing all of their older tech, and they were holding back their secret sauce, their secret weapons. They were holding back their latest missiles, because we could read the speed of the missile, we could read the shape of the missile, and we would be like, wait, hold on, none of this is new. This is all old tech. Until all of the old missiles are being stopped from the United States and Israel. And I'm not saying to Israel, I'm just saying from like a military tactical point of view. It was like Iran was using a whole bunch of older missiles, and they're kicking the shit out of Israel. And so I don't think I can thank Iran for that. Kind of could, maybe ish. Mainly because these Jewish supremacist terrorists are murdering children, so free Palestine and fuck Israel. But it was like they were using all their old missiles, and it was being stopped by US military tech. All of the IDF technology was incompetent stuff. All of the Jewish supremacist technology was just failing. Their arrow sling system was just failing. It took US, their THAAD system, US Patriot missiles, and US missile destroyer ships. They fired their missiles, and those were the only ones that could stop the Iranian missiles. And the Iranian missiles that were getting through were because the Israeli tech couldn't lock on to the Iranian like hypersonic missiles, so they would get through. And then the IDF, these Jewish supremacist terrorists, lost their military headquarters. They lost their intelligence headquarters. They lost some air bases. They lost some army bases. They just got slammed and destroyed. But Iran was holding back, and Iran has, like I said, they only shot 150 missiles and they used 150 drones. They have thousands of missiles and warheads. They have thousands of drones at their ready. So, and people wondering how big Iran is. Well, Iran probably has anywhere between 95 to 100 million people, and that's on the low end estimate. It could easily be over 100 million. So on the low end, 95 million people in Iran at the high end. It's just like 100, probably 101 million, give or take, right? It could be 103 million, but either way, you could basically say there's 100 million people in Iran. So they can also amass about 4 million soldiers. Right now, for the IDF, the Jewish supremacists, it's the British Empire colony named as Israel, also known as Israel, or the IDF occupation colony. The IDF occupation colony, they have about somewhere to about 143,000 soldiers left. The IDF as itself has lost 78,000 soldiers on the minimum, and this was months ago. Oh, my bad. This was September. Oh no, it was August 2025. The number was somewhere between 70,000 to 88,000 wounded soldiers. IDF, just by the numbers. So I'm gonna go with the high end number since we got to the high end number. Even though the estimates are 78 to 88,000, some folks had said they hacked into the medical data of these IDF military hospitals, and there's like 80, like almost 89,000 wounded soldiers. And so that was September 2025. August of 2025, leading into December. August was the news. You could say it's more actively conducted in September 2025. And so then now, from September, October, November, December, January, February, it's now been 6 months. You can add on a few more wounded soldiers by the thousands because the IDF continue to lose soldiers. The IDF are fighting against Syrians, they're fighting against Lebanese, they're still fighting against the Islamic Resistance Freedom Fighters in Palestine. And then IDF soldiers also dying inside Iran too right now, and IDF soldiers also dying inside Iraq and of course Syria, like I said before. So IDF soldiers are dying in Palestine, in Lebanon, in Syria, in Iraq, and in Iran. So 5 countries IDF soldiers are dying. You could tack on another 5,000 per year for 6 years, is 30,000. So they're probably at 120,000 soldiers wounded for the IDF. This is 120,000 soldiers wounded, not killed, wounded. Killed, they've lost tens and tens of thousands of soldiers. So right now, the total active IDF is about 143,000, and even among them, 30% of them are non-combat and 60% are combat, give or take. So non-combat roles like support the military to subtract 30% and then 60% of that. So even for the IDF, they're under 100,000 active soldiers. They have 120,000 wounded soldiers, and we don't know how many are dead. And so if Israel and Iran go to war, just know that this will be the end of Israel. Those Jewish supremacist cucks will lose. Iran will probably, if Israel fights Iran, Iran will inadvertently and ironically liberate Palestine naturally by destroying the last of the IDF soldiers. And on top of that, probably about 99% of the entire world hates Israel. As long as you're not a genocidal soldier, you're probably pretty good in most people's eyes. But if you are a genocidal soldier, oh, trust me, 99.99999% of the world totally hates them. Anywhere former IDF soldiers go, they're kicked out of restaurants, they're kicked out of hotels all around the world. So, and then France and Canada are now basically investigating and are going to start, apprehending genocidal soldiers that took part in genocide in Palestine. Essentially, Canada and France are going after, I think the Netherlands and Spain too, are going after any IDF soldiers that live in their nation that took part in genocide. And they're few and far between. They're a small number. Like in Britain, the data just came out last week from, I think it was Declassified UK, their news site. They found that roughly about under 2,000 IDF soldiers are from Britain, so they are British Israelis, and so less than 2,000 took part in the genocide, and so they found that. So even the United Kingdom can kind of heal if they just, investigate, charge, apprehend, and prosecute those less than 2,000 British Israeli soldiers that took part in genocide, stuff like that. And so you can think of that as good news of the past 2 weeks too. What else is there? It's kind of everything of the past 6 months. That's kind of everything. U.S. news, world news, Palestine news, and some history lesson to bring everybody up to speed. And it's a 4-hour stream. It's a good pace. 4 hours and 13 minutes is a 4-hour stream. I might just save the stream here because it's 3:46 in the morning, and I'll post this to YouTube. And then I can clip parts of my 4-hour vlog. It's not that long, of the past 4-hour stream. I think I played some TFT, but I could take clips of this conversation and post it onto Twitter and YouTube Shorts and Facebook and all that, because it's basically educational and world news and U.S. news and Palestine news to update the past kind of 6 months, like the pulse of the world, kind of like to get a gauge of the world. What I want to do is I want to check out the LCK. Alright, let me turn on the headset quick. But I should end the stream here because there's a lot I could discuss. There's future policies and plans as future governor of California. I think I was watching another TFT player and they said they smacked somebody upside the head. I was like, kind of. Wait, or does she want to leave? Oh. Oh. Yeah, when you every time you join a new player's map, it has its own song. Board. It's kind of cool. But I think she's listening to a YouTube playlist.
I don't know what that means. So I was listening to another Twitch streamer, and I know it's new. It has to be new Zoomer lingo. I don't know what it means. Tryst mail? I'm not. But this will be enough streaming. Thank you for stopping by. But it's 3:51 in the morning, so good night. Good night. I mean, I could play another game. I'll play one last game. But I definitely am a little tired. I'll let this TFT player do her thing. Cook is back. It's DNS versus BFX. Oh dang, it's you know, the only sound that's a little too loud is this. It's TFT. Why aren't they not? It's TFT. Why are they not like matching the game? What's happening? Oh, it's just going shut off. Interesting. Only way to I know someone in her chat. Oh, watch a TFT streamer, and someone in their chat wanted their opinion on mushrooms, but the only way to heal the mind is through plant fats. That's the only way, and through seed oils. So, like, the Brazilian nut has the highest concentration of manganese and magnesium and zinc out of all the nuts in the world. And so you could eat like walnuts and almonds, but the micronutrients are very little per ounce on average, but it's still there. You know, like eating peanuts, you're gonna get some, you know, micronutrients and macronutrients, but the Brazilian nut has the largest concentration that we've seen of like selenium, magnesium, manganese, zinc that we've seen of any kind of nut, and so those micronutrients help heal your brain. And then plant fats, so like the fiber from beans, the phytonutrients from fruit, also anti-cancerous. So even in the healing of the mind or the healing of the brain, it's more of like you need to empower your recovery system of your body to start the healing process. That's how you heal your body. So no offense to mushrooms, but mushrooms
are more like a protein kind of thing. So to answer the question to that one user on their chat, just think of mushrooms as like a different form of chicken. Just think of mushrooms as a different form of tuna. Just think of mushrooms as a different form of a steak. So it's just like a heavy protein supplement. It's not activating like a healing mechanism in the body. So the only time you can activate a healing mechanism in the body is if you give the proper polyphenols and fruit plant fats, fruit phytochemicals. Those help induce and produce and invigorate your body's healing mechanisms. It's the only way to heal the mind. So for example, your body can never produce omega-3 and omega-6s, which is N3 and N6 in the scientific classification. Oh, my bad. I think we need to... Oh, never mind, it's okay. It's an okay start. So yeah, so for example, your body cannot produce omega-3 and omega-6s. You can only consume it. So you can only get that from plants, omega-3s, omega-6s, that type of oil, these plant fats, and then also you can get it from fish, which then just produces a nice kind of healthy fat. For the slam, maybe solo plate, local magic, feed the flames. No. Slamming Plus has to be one of the best ones. Has to be. Juggernaut Warden. No. I think we're in an okay spot. We don't really have any kind of items, right? So if I had 3 components, then I could get Poppy, but we can't. So just what it is. So like I said, you can get omega-3 and omega-6 from. I'll double check again, but I know you can get them from like plant seeds. So like omega-3 and omega-6 linoleic acid. So it's linoleic acid is what it is. If you don't know, now you know. So it does a ton of good stuff, but I'm trying to find. We get it from plant fats. So you get it from naturally from olive oil, chia seeds, avocado. I guess this is interesting. I think we just wait. I'll give her the sword. I'll give technically a little more health. But you get it from like fish, you get it from acorns, you get it from pistachios, you get it from chia seeds, you get it from olives, olive oil, you get it from avocado. So you need to consume healthy plant fats to heal your cardiovascular system, reduce inflammation, fights cancer, reduces aging, heals your hair, strengthens your bones and the bone marrow that then produces white blood cells and blood cells itself. So there's that, But think of linoleic acid, aka omega-3, omega-6, as just like building blocks to your body, but it doesn't totally help out in like the immune function or like your physical congenial strength or fortitude. It doesn't help on that part. But like I said, it helps just heal your venous system, your circulatory system helps heal it. Helps with hair growth, nails, bones, and your bones to produce bone marrow to help produce better blood cells. But for your gut microbia that affects your. Sorry about that. I need to. Expected unexpectedness. A Secret of the Sands. Ooh. Damn, this is really good. Oh, which one did it give me? Oh no, I should not have chose this. I should have chose the middle one. Unexpectedness is not that good. Now, at the start of the next 2 stages, you roll 3 dice. You gain various rewards based on the totals. So, like, this is the gambling, this is the poker of tier 2. I should have chose. I think I'm gonna turn the music. I think anyone else chooses. I think anyone else chooses Sands of Time, because the Sands of Time is every time you get a Shurima, they get an item. It's huge, you know, because there's 4 Shurimas, you can get 4 powerful exclusive items for those champions. It's like it's another, you know, another secret pool of items. Max build is really nice, but unsealed is really nice too. Ooh, really good. Really good augments too. Max build is really good, and no, I'm in the middle of the game. Oh, nothing's really going on. Except for maybe. Oh, I really can't build anything. Oh well, you know what? It's something better than nothing. I have to do this because I need to get Poppy. I could just wait. I think you have to.
The king's spear obeyed.
I think I have to do this to unlock Poppy, right? I don't think Poppy doesn't naturally occur. You have to like unlock her and then she joins the champion pool or something. So I'll sell Rek'Sai. Nice, now we'll hit. Thank you, Sona. Merlinomicons. Burns, wounds.
Today's the day I find that hero.
We're in a really good spot. The reason we're in a really good spot is because the reason we're in a really good spot is we want to maximize the +5 interest, right? So oh man, Brock. Oh man, Brock is just Brock. You have to have, and you need like Sunfire and like Fear. Super strong. Watching another streamer play and then user has this is Fear X. Or BFX, okay, Fear X. Take on DNS. And this is in the playoffs, you know, game 5. They're winning. Doing the thing.
Righteous retribution. Witness the strength of Noxus.
There's so much pain in Xinjia's heart. Why?
We're pretty good. And the reason we're pretty good is because everyone we're in a really good spot in terms of what happens for this match as it plays out. People hit level 6 at 3-2, so we have a few more, you know, turns to where we can. Oh, we are not. My apologies. You definitely want to maximize the +5 interest.
Find me greater foes.
This IE. Ooh, Darker Muffin. Maybe Jewel Lotus team crits. I'm gonna go Jewel Lotus. Should change it up. And now we can roll.
Choose evil.
Or we have
Get shot.
money to roll with.
A symphony of justice.
Protect the faithful.
Okay. I would like to roll a little bit more.
I fight for the dream of Demacia.
A symphony of justice.
Okay. We'll stop there. We probably could roll a little bit more.
I fight for the dream of Demacia.
Righteous retribution.
Hammer! I hope the hero likes me.
There we go. That's the max we can do for the rolls. One more J4 is 3-star J4. And it looks like 2 more Sonas is a 3-star Sona. And we should be okay. I could also technically lesser chant J4 into a 3-star J4. Oh my bad, we could have just 2-starred the Vayne and give her 2-star the Vayne and give her crit. My fault. My
Judgment's
fault.
coming.
A symphony of justice.
One more.
Righteous retribution.
Nice. Right at 3-2. Even though I know we're not level 6, but 9 costs, 5 costs, 5 costs, 3 costs, 8 costs. It's okay. It works out. And give Vayne IE, give her Morello's.
Jarvans must I kill?
And you don't have to do this. I'm just limit testing. You ideally want to stay above 50 gold, right? And just maintain the +5 interest. But I wanted to see something. I wanted to change it up.
Demacia clears the path.
I am the wind.
I would ultimately, I know it's gonna sound weird, but the Infinity Edge on Targon, Defender, Yordle.
I will protect you.
I need to go to level 6, kind of. I might as well go to level 6. I was thinking of doing the Defender
Balance
trait
in all
instead.
things.
I would get Yordle and Defender. But you don't have to do this. I'm just limit testing. You should probably maintain 50 gold, maintain the +5 interest, and like slowly do it. Now my opponent has 3 1-stars. We should be winning. But I was gonna say the Infinity Edge on Vayne is probably just better. Ideally we want a tier or rod, but now we're kind of right in the middle. So I go to
Balance in all things.
I was just looking for a. Oh, I did kind of mess up. I got on level 6 because then we do reduce the chance of a Sona. But also, yeah, this is much stronger. Because this total is only. Oh, I guess it does kind of just even out. Instead of 6,000 on Sona, it's Yeah, it's still doing 6,000 total damage. It's just definitely different, more split. Well, I don't need to. I can't waste any more gold. I have to just patiently wait. So it's a close game. Game 5 between DNS and BFNs. This is the 3rd seed and the 5th seed, so probably just kind of just. Dang, it looks like DNS wins. This is gonna be a close fight. Oh no, they got us. Yeah, we're dead. It's GG. Shadow Isles, right? Oh yeah, the units are just doing more damage. Maybe I should have taken that Darken item. If I took that Darken item, I could put Infinity Edge and the Darken item on the Bane. That would have been the difference maker. Might be able to go Kraken.
Next time, choose the right side.
Yeah. Oh, let's see what we get. Hopefully these are items. That's just gold. Some fire. Dragon's Claw. Oh. Someone messed up. I was probably gonna put the Infinity Edge on to Pain.
Wrong move. Cut.
Nice. That's just straight defense, probably. Yeah.
A symphony of
Nice. Now we stabilize. We're at +5 interest. We have Galleon. And for some odd reason, we're in 2nd place. The 1st place player is the Shadow Isle player that I lost against. Since this is 40%, I think there's a chance to where I could have Chinjiao and Poppy maybe become 3 stars, maybe. There's a 40% chance, right? But I don't know. Oh, I think my opponent, yeah, my opponent has me beat. Never mind. We're getting beat by Ixtal. Ixtal Zahn?
Justice!
Okay. She can keep these items. We'll give her this item. We'll give Galileo the Dragon's Claw. Sure.
Balance in all things.
Next fight's gonna be interesting. Just like Dave here,
should win.
Have a beard!
You are definitely not the winner.
These meeps, these spirits. What do I want? I was gonna say weird, but like the recurve, maybe the tier or the recurve. I'm gonna go with the recurve. It's gonna be a nice void staff. Our last whisper. Damage wise, Vayne was doing pretty good damage.
Choose evil, get shot.
You know, gargoyles and yordles have a lot in common.
Gargoyle? No, I'm more of a magic nullifying colossus.
I fight for the dream of Demacia.
Wait, why did my Sonya leave her backline position? What? Oh, they got us beat. Never mind. Oh, they got us beat. She's doing 9,000 damage. Cracking Rage Blade. Okay. Gotta give it to him.
I am
Let's
ice.
go. Invoker.
Judgment's coming.
I hope the hero likes me.
I fight for the dream of Demacia. I fight for the dream of Demacia.
Oh, they got us. Plus it did her 7,000 damage. Nice, nice, nice. So 8 players are alive. Maybe Nautilus?
Keep a weather eye out.
Oh wait, it's not Nautilus.
I will protect you.
The heart of Piltover is its people.
I hope the hero likes me.
I would have preferred you in cuffs.
I fight for the dream of Demacia.
Sona, I'm your biggest fan. I even know what an Ekbal is.
I should have Demacia 7 right now, so that's kind of my fault, my mistake.
And burn! Punch!
Oh, the Annie is about to kill my team. Yeah, well played. Yeah. Is it
mutation. How much healing did they do? Oh, similar numbers.
My prince, heed your training. The lance may falter, but you must not.
Cutting it super close. Maybe Sejuani actually. Maybe I should have grabbed that. Ooh. How much damage do we take? Oh. Brutal. I'm definitely goofing around because you should be level 8 by 4-1.
I fight for the dream of Demacia.
Okay. Warden.
Choose evil, get shot.
Reforce these. Peace. Alright. Back to the position. Is it a Pokemon fanfiction? Not sure what that is, but I don't think I should be playing this game at 4 something in the morning. Oh my, even though I'm playing TFT, my ideas earlier, right, that I've formulated as future policy as a future governor of California is to think it'll always be that the same problems you saw back then will still occur today, which is what stresses out Americans is being able to, number one, have a home, have a house, afford a house, get a house, build a house. Number two, affordable goods. So like just the fact that the cost of groceries are rising, or the cost of goods are rising, stressing on Americans. 3, the cost of medical, but in reality, it's pushing for universal health care, which universal healthcare because our other allied nations already have universal healthcare. Oh, excuse me. Freaking this defender. Oh yeah. And so to kind of help refine the idea of state government workers undermine future administration for the state of California's government is to build and enact policies where anyone that works for the state, right, can then get like a credit towards their housing. Percent's really good. Sounds pretty random. I think we have to go prismatic. Is this good? Starter kit's pretty dangerous. I'm gonna go comeback story. Just changing it up.
When does the killing start?
You know, I'm gonna go ahead and just make cracking. Oh, that's how you make fire lord. I see, I see, I see.
Into battle.
A battle worthy of the Freljord.
This'll be a slaughter.
My aim is steady. We must press on.
Follow my blade.
So, for example, I was talking earlier about, like, if I become governor of the state of California, just one of many policies is key one is helping grow our state workforce. So, like, we have state of California build, nursing clinics, building hospitals and whatnot, building construction, will allow for like a 30-year mortgage, like this, if we have close to creating more construction that works for the state, or agribusiness work for the state, or medicine work for the state, then the state government itself can then build a house for that worker. And then we have they say they commit 10 years to working for the state under new policy in the future. Then it'll build 20 years of like a type of credit towards, like, almost like a mortgage credit. And so then 30-year mortgage. Oh, let's get one of the items of the name. So then we have 30-year mortgage. State of California employees work. They get 2 years for every year they work, and then it'll be 20 20 years off of their 30-year mortgage, so they only have to pay 30% of the total mortgage, and they get 60% of the mortgage paid off. Subsequently, they also works 10 years, right? Looking at 2 years for each year, and then do I really want to go for what? Not really. Rather go here, 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 here. Also not good. It's not the items that I want to see. And so, yeah. It was, if someone is a nurse working for the state, or a police officer working for the state, or a firefighter working for the state, or a teacher working for the state, any of our agri-science or construction or transportation state workers, they commit 5 years working for the state, and then their future policy they'll create, and then they'll get 5 years each year times by 2. They'll get 10 years of just their mortgage paid off, so they could have.
I hope the hero likes me.
We're at 4 their position. I think we're okay. It's not the answer to utilize. He's here to heal. And hopefully it'll do some good. Be pretty good. So yeah. Another key thing is writing legislation to enact, to essentially fix equality. We already have laws in place, now it's just enforcing them. Creating, like for example, creating a public registry that forces all businesses to disclose the pay rate of all their employees, so that it then gives the power to each individual to sue their respective company for the pay inequality, which is in itself misogynistic and sexist, and a civil rights violation, and so for example, right now, women in America, we gotta fight for equality. So if the future governor of California, we already have laws in place that with the EEOC laws, with the Civil Rights Act, to stop discrimination and punish businesses for discriminating. So you should have to create another policy that forces all businesses in California to submit their pay and salary of their workers to like a public registry. It's like everyone can then walk into a state-run California website, right, that'll be created in the future, that'll show your business, your job you're working at, and then how much each person's getting paid. And then of course when you see discrepancies for the same people with the same skill set, with the same position, that straight up with the power of the pen, we just fixed, healed, and eliminated inequality in California. And then that gives the power to then any of the workers, right, to then sue their respective companies for wage theft and or discrimination based on sex or race, based on the pay. And that in itself heals California, heals the entire nation. Well, heals California, and the rest of the other states will follow suit. And so yeah, it's another reason to be disappointed by current governor of California, and Newsom. He's trash.
Fight for the dream of Demacia.
Small grab bag. What is it? Was it HOG adjusted? Is it Delta Pound? Check it out.
I fight for the dream of Demacia. I fight for the dream of Demacia.
The Freljord awakens.
Unlocking Trinimir might have messed up the entire board state. Oh, they got us beat. Damn, yeah, they got us beat. Oh, wait. Never mind. Sona did her thing.
My prince, heed your training. The lance may falter, but you must not.
We'll stay there and we'll maintain the +5 interest. My guy doesn't have any 2-star. They're all 1-star champions at level 7. I'm not sure what I was staring at. Lux will now have us as a 5th Tamashii.
Righteous retribution.
Sorry, Your Majesty. Whoa! Hammer! Buddy! Clank! Lightify!
'She got the 200% AP.
A symphony of justice.
Vayne is definitely nice to have.
A symphony of justice.
Oh, I gotta wait.
Oh, they just got us. Dang. Well played. This is where I might just go Demacia Fire. Pop, I'm guessing.
Protect the faithful.
Hammer!
The light will guide you, even now. A symphony of justice.
Hmm. Oh, it's Demacia versus Demacia, but they're going for the Twilight. They got, yeah, definitely got me beat with Twilight. Damn. Yeah. Oh, also Rageblade, i.e. Vayne. Makes sense. Arcane Victory, max building. Arcane Victory, sure.
Witness the strength of Noxus.
I fight for the dream of Demacia.
Oh, frontline's about to collapse.
Choose evil, get shot.
I hope the hero likes me.
I fight for the dream of Demacia.
Annie just saved my team. 5-cost champion with 2 items.
I wield the abyss.
almost like no room.
Judgment's coming.
Now there's some room. Ish. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we lose. My opponent's level 9 Void. We both stunned each other. But I'm pretty sure, yeah, I'm pretty sure we lose because we just don't have the units to take on level 9 Void. We have to sell this stuff. Oof, it's not it. Yeah, it's all good. It's GG. There's no real way to stabilize. This is
I'm about to hammer you in the jewels.
maybe holding on to Annie, you know, with the 2 items attached to her, maybe, but I look at it as I just don't think.
Wrong move.
Yeah.
Cut. Cut. Wrong move.
Oh wow. Threw it in vain.
Choose the right side.
Did 12,000 damage. I did not expect that.
Witness the strength of Noxus.
It's mainly because even though, yeah, she did 12,000 health, which is okay. Appreciate Vayne going hero mode, but we need to be level 8. Yeah.
Quiet, please.
Okay, I can go Spear of Sojin. Being Archangel Stab. Put these items under him. Let him hold the spatula. Demacia 7. The Galleon. Yeah, it's just like we're not level 8. We're super low on health, 19 health, so we can only lose like one more time.
Wrong move.
Oh, it's Demacia versus Demacia. But they have Galleon. Unless it's the Twilight. Oh wow, wait, we beat him. Yeah, I think Nautilus is probably really underrated because I guess we could go to level 8 now. Put in Kindred. The reason I think Nautilus is underrated is because he triggers the Warden and Juggernaut, and Warden, they get a shield twice based on their health, which is pretty good defense for the front line. Could also go something like this. Oh, I need to put this onto Kindred, but I think it's a defense. It like shows you what it is, but just because Kindred's a 5 cost that she needs. And the Dragon Claw should probably be on Galio, so there's that too. But we need like a Garen. There's Garen. We should still have 19 health, so we can only lose once. And really, it's all up to Vayne becoming a hero and trying to win the game. Yeah, 3 random Lux is doing her damage. Got the Garen. I also think it's the Nautilus, you know, that's
Demacia
helping a lot
marches as
too.
one.
Dang right, Demacia.
Wait, what did Kindred do last fight? Oh, she did 19,000. Arcanus? I can Arcanus one of my units? That might help a little bit. Extra AP.
Justice!
Sona, I'm your biggest fan. I even know what an exile is.
Oh my goodness, no, they had Baron. No, yeah, let's say they had Baron. We're gonna stand a chance. Yeah, 6 players are still alive. Yeah, we just don't have it. I gotta give it to them, right? They're probably level 10. Looks like they have a ton of items too. Real strong. They're all pretty strong. I could probably beat this person. This person is the one that has Baron. They have a Ornn, 3-item Baron, 3-item Velvet. I could go for a burn. Sure. That's not gonna. So the things that I'm missing is quite a few. Where I could just. I understand Kindred's saying 2400, but I could still wear the Kindred.
Witness the strength of Noxus.
And then there's really nothing else here. Put this on him. But it's pretty much GG. You know, Garen needs to be a 2-star, so I messed up on that part. Lux needs to be a 2-star. Garen needs 3 items, gonna be a 2-star, and Lux needs to be a 2-star. And so it's GG on my part. I think it just goes back to like 5 a.m. in the morning. Yeah, I'm definitely way too tired. Trying to make. GG. I think it's back-to-back 6th place games. Yeah, I'm just way too tired. Classic. I'll call it a night because I'm just way too tired. It's 5 a.m. in the morning. I'm just making mistakes.